check. Rolling. Recording starts. Sound check. Not this, like this. Mic check. Connected, they are connected. I just want to see the sound is fine. Check the sound. Sound. Rolling. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary for the International Short-Term Training Program ISTTP 1, with a chosen topic on recent advances in environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation, a 7 days training program scheduled to be held from 22nd March to 28 March 2022, signing in from the campus of Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC. On the behalf of our patron and principal and from the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the 7th and the last day of ISTTP 1. Listening is much more than allowing others to talk while waiting for a chance to respond. Listening is paying full attention to others and welcoming them into our very being. The beauty of the listening is that those who are listened to start feeling accepted, start taking our words more seriously and discovering their true selves. Again, don't waste it with a false start or no start at all. You were not born to fail. आप सभी का इंटरनेशनल शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम ISTTP 1 के 7वें दिन बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं, वे वेदों की जननी है। माँ सरस्वती को समस्त ज्ञान, साहित्य और संगीत और कला की देवी माना जाता है। माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के 7वें दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं। A small and fast recap from the 6th day of ISTTP 1. We started the day with the recap of the 5th day. After that, we had 25th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Parmar, who is an additional professor and head of the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad. After that, we have 26th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Anil Mehta, who is popularly known as Jal Purush, Principal Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College, Udaipur, Rajasthan, India. This was then followed by 27th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Preeti Gupta, Associate Professor of Zoology, LBS Government College, Kotputli, Rajasthan, India. This was then followed by 28th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Satyendra Nath, Head Department of Environmental Sciences and NRM College of Forestry, SHUATS, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, India. This was then followed by 29 keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Agam Mathur, Managing Director, Saraswati Technical Services and retired Chief Engineer, Public Health Engineering Department, Jaipur, Rajasthan, India. This was then followed by 30th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Abhishek Mehta, Assistant Professor, IT and Computer Science, Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat, India. 6th day was that concluded by the free forum and feedback. This was conducted by the organizing secretary of ISTTP 1. We carry Mother Earth within you and within us. She is not outside you. Mother Earth is not just your environment. In that insight of interbeing, it is possible to have a real communication with the earth, which is the highest form of prayer. We forget that water cycle and life cycle are one, and we keep polluting our water, so we are polluting our lives as well. Climate change is real and the evidence is all around us. While changes the earth climate are nothing new, it happens, recent effects are having a devastating impact on countless people, places, and wildlife. You have probably heard the term climate change and the global warming used interchangeably. That's because both describe the Earth climate. While global warming focuses on the rising average temperature of the planet, climate change usually refers to the shift in things like precipitation, wind patterns, and temperatures over a given period. Measured changes in climate could last for few years, decades, or even millions of years. Climate change has occurred as long as the Earth has existed. It happens anytime Earth's climate patterns change, remain in place for a measurable amount of time. This has notably manifested itself in natural cycles of cooling and warming. Before human causes started to shift the global climate, five main factors interacted with one another as climate changes occurred. These five factors are atmosphere, which is air, biosphere, living things, cryosphere, ice and permafrost, hydrosphere, water, lithosphere, earth crust and upper mantle. What are the causes of climate change? The American Association for the Advancement of Science has stated the scientific evidence is clear. Global climate change caused by human activities is occurring now and it is going threat to the society. Greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases play a vital role in the Earth's climate cycle. As the planet gets hit with sun rays and some of the energy is absorbed, the rest of that energy and heat gets reflected into space. Greenhouse gases in the atmosphere trap the reflected energy, redirecting it back down to the Earth and eventually contributing to the global warming. Various gases play this role, including water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, chlorofluorocarbons, the poisons, the toxins, the main culprits. While some of these greenhouse gases, such as water vapor, are naturally occurring, others, such as CFCs, are synthetic. CO2 is released into atmosphere from both natural and human-made causes and is one of the leading contributors to climate change. CO2 has been increasing at alarming rate and has the potential to stay in the Earth's atmosphere for thousands of years unless it is absorbed by the ocean, land trees, and other sources. However, CO2 production has steadily risen. The Earth's natural resources to absorb it has also been diminished. This is already occurring in many ways as Earth resources are disappearing from things like deforestation. Some studies even predict that plants and soil will be able to absorb less CO2 as the Earth continues to warm, possibly accelerating climate change even further. Solar activity. Solar activity does play a role in Earth's climate. Agriculture. There are many significant ways in which agriculture impacts climate change. From deforestation in places like Amazon to the transportation livestock that it takes to support agriculture efforts around the world. Agriculture is responsible for a significant portion of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Deforestation. Deforestation and climate change often go hand in hand. Not only does climate change increase the deforestation by the way of wildfires and other extreme weathers, but deforestation is also a major contributor to the global warming. Human activities. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, the most significant contributor to climate change in the United States is burning of fossil fuels for electricity, heat, and transportation. Of these factors, transportation in the form of cars, trucks, ships, trains, and planes emit largest percentage of CO2, speeding up global warming and remaining significant causes of climate change. My friends, this is not confined to US also, it is confined to the whole world. Livestock. While interconnected to many of the agriculture and deforestation issues we have already touched on, livestock is the form of cattle, sheep, pigs, poultry play a significant role in climate change. According to one study, livestock and climate change, livestock around the world is responsible for 51% of the annual global greenhouse gas emissions. Immediate effects of climate change. From melting glaciers to more extreme weather patterns, people everywhere are beginning to take notice of the real impacts of climate change. While some nations around the world are taking actions with initiatives like Paris Climate Change Agreements, others are continuing business as usual, pumping millions of tons of carbon into atmosphere year after year. While the long-term consequences are still to be seen for now, climate change continues to cause extreme weather as well as safety and economic challenges on the global scale. Extreme weather changes to weather are perhaps the most noticeable effects of climate change for the average person. According to the National Climate Assessment, extreme weather events will continue to increase in frequency and intensity as climate change continues to happen. Extreme weather influenced by climate changes include stronger storms and hurricanes, heat waves, wildfires, more flooding, heavier drought, safety and economic challenges. That means rising global temperatures, changing precipitation patterns, climbing sea levels, and more extreme weather events will intensify the challenges of global instability, hunger, poverty, and conflict. Furthermore, climate change is likely to cause economic challenges in many parts of the world. Some estimates from the US already spending about 240 billion annually due to human caused climate change, and future costs are projected to be even higher, much higher. However, putting an exact number of the real cost climate change is difficult once you consider the staggering cost of losing natural resources like clean water, clean air. Long-term impact of climate change. The long-term impact of climate change could be absolutely devastating to the planet and everyone and everything on it. The world continues on its current trajectory. Then we will likely to continue to see increasing effects on everyday and day-to-day life. Health. There are many ways in which climate change could impact people's health depending on age, location, and economic status. Climate change is already affecting the health of many and has the potential to impact millions more. According to Center on Disease Control and Prevention, climate change related to health risk may include heat-related illness, injuries and fatalities from severe weather, asthma and cardiovascular disease from air pollution, respiratory problems from increased allergies, disease from poor water quality, water and food supply insecurities, negative impact on ecosystem. Ecosystems are interconnected webs of living organisms that help and support all kinds of plants and biological life. Climate change is already changing seasonal weather patterns and disrupting food distributions for plants and animals throughout the world, potentially causing mass extinction events. Some studies estimate that nearly 30% of plants and animal species are at risk of extinction, and if global temperature continue to rise, then we can think what will happen. Water and food resources. Climate change could have a significant impact on food and water supplies. Severe weather and increased temperatures will continue to limit crop productivity and increase the demand for water. With food demand expected to increase nearly by 70% in 2050, the problem will likely to get much worse. Sea level rising. Rising sea levels could have far-reaching effects on the coastal cities and habitats. Increasing ocean temperatures, melting ice sheets have steadily contributed to the rise of sea levels on a global scale. At current rate of National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration estimates sea levels to rise by at least 8 inches by 2100, potentially causing increased flooding and decrease in ocean and wetland habitats. Shrinking ice sheets. While contributing to rising sea levels, shrinking ice sheets present their own set of unique problems, including increased global temperatures and greenhouse gas emissions. Climate change has driven summer melt of ice sheets covering Greenland and Antarctica to increase by nearly 30% since 1979. Ocean acidification. The ocean is one of the main ways in which CO2 get absorbed. While at first glance, that may sound like a net positive, the increasingly human activity cause CO2 is pushing the world ocean to their limits and causing increased acidity. The pH level in the ocean decrease, shellfish will have difficulty reproducing, and much of the ocean's food cycle become disrupted. Solutions for climate change, the most important thing we should be talking about. While the effects of the climate change can seem bleak, there is still a hope. By taking immediate action to curb climate change, we may never see the worst consequences. Likewise, as the world adopts cleaner and more sustainable energy solutions, there may be millions of new jobs created and billions of dollars of economic benefits. Below are some practical ways you can battle climate change, including purchase renewable energy certificate for your home power needs. That's so important. Make your home energy efficient. Buy carbon offsets. Adopt a plant-based diet. Reduce food waste. Recycle, reuse. Stop using fossil fuels. Stop deforestation. Now it's time to start with our keynote address, and there is a reason why I have chosen the topic for the climate change, because we have Dr. Manish Goyal, and he expertises on climate change, and I have seen his conference, and that was so amazing when we were in lockdown. He was the guy who came up with something on the climate change. Now it's time for our 31st keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Manish Kumar Goyal. Professor Goyal is a professor and dean of infrastructure development at Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. He is recently featured in the list of top 2% scientists of the world, prepared by Stanford University, USA. Also in the top 500, the leading researchers in the field of environmental engineering in 2020 and 21. His research interests include climate change, hydrological and hydrodynamic modeling, artificial intelligence, and GIS remote sensing applications. He has worked as a research assistant at the University of Waterloo, Canada. He went to pursue further research as a postdoctoral fellow at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and McGill University, Canada. He was a visiting professor at University of Nebraska, USA, and Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Greece. Dr. Goya holds 24 books, 25 book chapters, and more than 120 technical research publications in various refereed journals. He serves as an associate editor for ASCEJ Journal and Hazarded Toxic and Radioactive Waste. He has supervised 10 PhDs and 8 postgraduate students in last 10 years. His contribution fetched him a recipient of Professor S.N. Gupta Memorial Lecture Award, Indian Society of Hydraulics in 2021, Best Researcher of the Year Award in 2020 by Institution of Engineers, India, American Society of Civil Engineers, Environmental and Water Research Institute, Visiting International Fellowship 2019, Professor R.J. Grade Research Award, India Society of Hydraulics in 2019, recipient of American Society of Civil Engineers, Best Theoretical Oriented Paper Award in 2018, NVIDIA GPU Research Grant in 2018, IEI Young Engineers Award in Civil Engineering Division in 2017-18, Indo-US Wari Fellowship Award in 2016, DST SERB Young Scientist Fast Track Agent in 2015, Inspire Faculty Award in 2014, Erasmus Wonders Interweave Award Europe in 2014, JSPS Fellowship Award University of Tokyo, Japan in 2013, and Canadian Commonwealth Scholarship Award. Dr. Goyal, I must congratulate you for such an exhaustive biodata. How much problem I took to read it out. So how much problem you might have faced in taking and fetching these awards? Hats off to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
With lot of gratitude and respect, I welcome Dr. Goyal and request him to start with his keynote address.
Thank you so much, Madam Professor Sharma. Thank you, Madam Professor Sharma, for calling me and having an interaction with all of, I think, we got 200 participants. That's amazing. And for 7 days, I think it's a very difficult task to have so much of the participants continuously for 7 days. So I think we all are thankful to you to gather all such participants and have an interaction with all of them. Thank you so much. And I would like to congratulate you on this international short-term training program on recent advances in environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation at Raj Rishi College, Alwar. So, yeah, I think I have seen your whole brochure and schedule. It's so fine, and you got the speakers from everywhere around the corner. So, thank you so much for such a wonderful, nice gathering. Okay, and regarding the climate change and water, I think you have spoken so much that I need not to put so much effort now, because I think all the participant has got so much basics in last 10-15 minutes. So I need not to put so much emphasis on that. I will just speak on how the climate change and water resources affecting the toxicology and the wildlife. Okay, so I think thank you so much, and let me start it here. In India, we have around 1.4 billion population. It's being a second most populous country across the world. And coming to the water resources, we have only 4% of the world water resources. So at one location, I have 18% of the bird population. On the second hand, I have only 4% of the world water resources. So I need to match them. Therefore, there is a need of scientists, engineers, professors, lecturers, policymakers, everybody to come to the picture to feed this 18% of population with 4% of the world water resources that we have in India. In addition to that, the spatial and temporal scale distribution of rainfall is so different across the India. If I talk about Cherrapunji Maesram in Meghalaya in Northeast India, which is one of the bettest region across the planet, you'll get a rainfall of 1200 centimeters per annum at that place. Another place near to your near to the Alwar, Jaisalmer and Badmer in the western part of Rajasthan, where you are getting only 20 centimeters of the rainfall. That's the arid region. So you see, from 20 centimeters of the rainfall in Jaisalmer and Badmer in Rajasthan, in western part of India, from desert, you have a 1200 centimeters of the rainfall in the northeastern part of India, in Cherrapunji Maesram, in Meghalaya. So these kind of distributions makes it much more difficult for us to have a management of the water. Another, if you go to the north part of India, you have a Himalayan region where you have ice and glaciers. Coming to the southern part of India and peninsular region, you have a more than 7,000 kilometer long coastline. Seawater and saltwater intrusion and sea level rise, all these kind of problems are there. So with this multifaceted geography across the India, we need to find a solution for them. How can I find a solution for that? I cannot make a single policy for everyone because things are different at different place. Rajasthan has got a different problem. Northeast got a different problem. At the North India, they got a different problem. At South India, they got the different problem. So I cannot do that. So in order to do this, I need to make a local policy at each and every place, at the regional level. Then only I can go ahead with that policy. So there is a need and emphasis to develop the local water policy in different parts. If I give you a simple example, like at 1947, when we got the freedom from Britishers, our population was approximately 36 crores, and our ponds, number of ponds across the India, number of lakes or water bodies, they were around 24 lakhs. And today in 2020 or 2022, we have number of ponds only 5 lakhs, but we have a population of approximately 136 crores. So from 36 crore to 130 crore, from 1947 to 2022, there is a loss of approximately 20 lakhs water bodies, from 24 lakhs to 5 lakhs. And out of these 5 lakhs, 20% are defunct. They are not working. So rejuvenation of the water bodies is also required in order to do so. So another aspect that I would like to mention to you in terms of rainfall, extreme rainfall, that Professor Mamta Sharma has also mentioned. If you remember the Kedarnath event that happened in June 13, 14, 15, 2013, 40 centimeters of the rainfall we got in 72 hours. And in July 2005 in Mumbai, you got 94 centimeters of the rainfall, or 94 centimeters of rainfall in just 18 hours. It is very, very difficult for our age-old infrastructure to sustain such kind of intense and heavy rainfall. Because if I am getting 94 centimeters of the rainfall in 18 hours, that should be happen across the year, across the month, across whole days. Then the design of the storm water, design of the sewage water, it is very important. I need to take care of this rainfall frequency, intensity, and duration so that the flooding will not occur. Once the flooding will occur, it will create much loss at economic front, social front, and many other fronts. So rainfall extreme examples that you have seen in July 2005 in Mumbai, June 2013 in Uttarakhand, Kedarnath events. In Kedarnath events, you have a landslide, you have a glow, you have a flood, and cloud rust. All kind of things were happened together. So multi-hazard disaster risk has happened together. There are multi-agencies involved, CWC was involved, GSI was involved, IMD was involved. So there is a lots of coordination is required among these agencies in order to do the proper forecasting and rehabilitation at the ground level. Another, if you remember the Chennai events that has happened on November 2015, where you got around 48 centimeters of the rainfall in just 48 hours. Another example I can give you, Kerala floods. They came in August 2018. You got 31 centimeters of the rainfall in just 36 hours. So all these extreme events are occurring in last 10 years or last 20 years compared to if we see from 1950s to 2000. So why these intense events are occurring? Though our precipitation is same across the year, annual precipitation is same in terms of total amount, but number of rainy days, they have been decreased. So number of rainy days have been increased. It means you are getting the intense precipitation. And number of these rain days are shifting from June, July to August, September. They are shifting towards August and September. So all these kind of things are happening. You are getting the high intense rainfall events. Rainfall shifting is happening. Number of rainy days are reducing. All kinds of problems are accumulating and they are affecting the wildlife and environmental toxicology. Another things that I would like to emphasize in terms of few successful models that has been developed across the India. Like in last 5 years or so, there is a Mission Kakatiya program in southern India by government of Telangana. So what Telangana has got like semi-arid and arid region. So they have around 70 to 80 centimeters of the rainfall across the year. And with these rainfall system, what they do, they have a tank system. And it's a chain of the tanks, different tanks. And these tanks are approximately 46,000 and 50,000 of tank. So once one tank is full, the surplus water from this tank will come to another tank. Surplus water from another tank will come to the third tank. That's how this chain propagates. So what they have done, they have done the very simple things. They have desilted these tanks. So desilting of these tanks have been happened. In order to do the desilting, you have to also to restore the feeder channels that is giving water to these tanks. So restoration of the feeder channels, desilting of these channels is rejuvenating these 46,000 of the tanks in Telangana region and southern India. So that is a Mission Kakatiya. That's one of the successful story in terms of water rejuvenations. Another story that I would like to share with all of you is Ralegaon Siddhi model. In Ralegaon Siddhi model in Maharashtra, that you may have aware of it, gentleman called Shri Babulal Hazare. What he has done, he constructed the bunds by digging the wells and by percolation tanks. So once you are developing the percolation tanks, you are constructing the percolation tanks, or you are digging the well, basically you are trying to harvest the rainwater that is up in there. Once this water is harvested, it is percolating down and my groundwater level is recharging. My groundwater table is recharging. So this has been done very beautifully, and the reverse migration has also been observed, like in Malegaon Siddhi. Another is Hebde Bajar in Maharashtra. So gentleman called Shri Popatra Pawar, he has done this kind of work across this region. More than 40,000 contour trenches he has developed across the hill. And once these contour trenches has been developed, they are conserving the rainfall. They are recharging the groundwater. So groundwater table is coming up. Once there is a summer, you can take the water in that up. Once there is no rainfall, you can take the water from these wells and the groundwater. And he has also done the plantation, lots of plantation, different kind of vegetation tree he has put across these trenches. So by that, they have changed the cropping patterns. It means whatever is the high water intensive crops were there, they are replaced with water saving crops like sugarcane is highly water intensive crops. So they have replaced with sugarcane with another crops that is less water intensive. So that's how they have changed the cropping patterns. So all these models like either Mission Kakatya in Telangana, Ralegam Siddhi and Hebde Bajar in Maharashtra, or if I talk about the North India, Sinchewal model. In the Sinchewal model in the Punjab, near this place called Sultanpur Lodi, they have this pipe and pump system. So in this pipe and pump system, what they do, the sewage water they collect from the village or rural area or part of the urban, peri-urban areas, they put in different kinds of wells. So first there are 3 separate wells, then the water goes into the 4th pond, then it goes to the 5th pond, and once these water come out from these small ponds, it is full, it is suitable for the irrigation purpose. And this irrigation water goes into the fields. Because if you see in India, the irrigation water use efficiency is approximately 30 to 35%. While the irrigation water use efficiency in terms of developed countries, either USA, China, Israel, it is approximately 55 to 65%. So if I can increase my irrigation use efficiency by such means, it means I am saving lots of water, because whatever water we have, 70% or 75% water goes to the irrigation. Even 80% goes to the irrigation, 6% goes to drinking water, 7 to 8% goes for industrial demand, and rest of the other miscellaneous. So if I can save this water suitable for the irrigation from different these wells using the Sinchewal model, I'm helping the society a lot, or I'm helping in terms of water management. So these model, either you talk about Mission Kakatya, Ralegam Siddhi, Hijde Bajar, Sinchewal model, all these models are helping in order to make us the water self-sufficient, to have a more good quality of the water management. And if I talk about the ancient hydrology a little bit, we say in Sanskrit, Jalam Dadati Jivanam. Life gives the water. So, and also in terms of Arthashastra written by the Kautil 1000 years of back, they talks about the rain gauges, how they were measuring the rainfall intensity. Today we have a different kind of the rain gauges, automatic rain gauge, manual rain gauge, and all kind of given by the IMD. That time there was also a system to measure the rain gauges, to measure the rain using the rain gauges. So that Arthashastra, if we read the Arthashastra, it mentioned about the rain gauges. Another example, so in ancient hydrology that I will give you in the Madhya Pradesh near Indore, there is a place called Sanchi. You may have heard of Sanchi, and then Sanchi is one of the famous UN heritage site, or one of the famous Buddhist site. So in these sites, what they have observed the 16 reservoir complex, and this region is part of Betwa River Basin, where you have a seasonal rainfall or scanty rainfall. It's part of the semi-arid region. In this semi-arid region of the Betwa River, what they have developed is 16 reservoir complex. And once you compute the capacity of this discharge capacity of these reservoir complex, we find a very good relation with the rainfall that is occurring in this region versus the runoff or the reservoir volume. So relationship between the rainfall, whatever occurring is there, and the reservoir volume, that is all are matching. So this shows the high level of development of water management or high level of advanced hydrology in that time. In addition to that, people have done some kind of excavation, and what they have found the remains of this canal that has been drawing water from the Betwa River Basin. So this is 300 BCE old. So it means the people also have the knowledge of canal and irrigation engineering that time. So this is coming from the ancient hydrology. So either you talk of the ancient hydrology or recent developments like Mission Kakatya and all. So all talks about the different kinds of water management systems, how to develop them, what kind of advanced hydrology were there earlier, now what kind of things are there. Either in terms of agriculture, because in agriculture, I need to feed 18% of the global population with 9% of arable lands, because we have only 9% of arable lands across the India. And out of this 9% arable land, more than 50% or about 56% is rain-fed. It means I am dependent upon the southwest monsoon season. If something goes wrong with the monsoon season, I'm not able to get the crop that year. And these monsoon basically depends on various phenomena, or they are depend on many events, even the teleconnections like El Nino Southern Oscillations, and many other teleconnections. So this is one of the another aspects. And coming to this uh, global warming, that we have approximately 0.7 to 0.8 degrees Celsius has been increased from 1901 to 2018. And due to this increasing, there is lots of changes are happening in hydrological cycle in terms of intensity, duration, frequency of the rainfall. And once these changes are happening, our cities are getting flooded because the city's infrastructure is not designed for that purpose. So these infrastructure needs to be changed. So what we need to do in the coming decades, let's say next 2 decades, in the next 2 decades, where we need to focus our research, where we need to focus our funding. I suppose there are probably 3 areas where this climate change research or the water management research will go on in the next these 3 areas. First thing is, like I discussed about extreme events, either in terms of July 2005 Mumbai, or June 2013 Kedarnath, November 2015 Chennai, or August 2018 Kerala, high rainfall floods events. So these high rainfall events, are they happening due to the climate change? As a scientist or as a researcher, can I attribute them to the climate change? Answer is no. We have not yet established this fact. We cannot attribute these single climate change events, because we cannot attribute these single rainfall extreme events to the climate change. So there is lots of research is required in order to understand how much of the impact of the climate change, how much of the impact of anthropogenic changes, because anthropogenic changes in terms of global warming, you are doing the greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. So this is one of the aspects. It means whether there is any extreme flood events, rainfall events, how can I attribute to the climate change, and how much I have a confidence in that prediction and the projections. Another aspect that I'd like to convey, the second part of the research or second part of the latest development, is that non-stationarity in the nature or in the extreme events. Sometimes we as an engineer, let's say I need to design a dam or I need to design a spillway. We generally takes last 30 years of the data, and based on the last 30 years of data, we compute the return labels, and whatever data is there from the Central Water Commission, CWC, or many others in terms of water level or in terms of discharge. Based on this historical data, I'm trying to predict the future. What is the assumption here? This is based on the assumption that future will mimic the past, or the future will be similar to the past. Is that the case? No. We are not. We are in a situation basically in which the past is not, both are not the same. Past is not representing the future, as we have seen in last 15, 20 years, because many rainfall extreme events has come up. They were not there earlier in terms of extreme events or even the heat waves. So while we design these kind of spillways, these kind of designs of dams, we need to consider not this stationary nature. We need to have a little bit of complex mathematics where we need to consider the non-stationary nature of these water levels and the discharge and the rainfall. That we need to take into the picture. The second aspect that I would like to put in front of you guys, like non-stationarity has to be considered in these extreme events. And the last point that I would like to make in this presentation is concurrent extreme events. What is the meaning of concurrent extreme events? Concurrent meaning is that drought is occurring simultaneously with the heat waves. Like you may have seen from the second week or third week of March onwards, we are getting the temperature has gone up in many parts of the India, and we are expecting the heat wave will come out shortly. And let's say in some regions we have a drought occurring in the same time. So what is the probability or what is the prediction how these two events will occur simultaneously? It means drought is occurring simultaneously with the heat waves. So how much it impact my society, my urbanization, my economy, my agriculture? That's the aspects. Another aspect of this is like you can say flood followed by storm surge. You have a flood in that region, you also got the storm. You are already flooded, you are getting the storm, so double. How both these things coming together have making an impact on our wildlife, on our urbanization, or many other aspects. So these three latest development, like first, climate change issue. How can I attribute these rainfall events, high rainfall events or heat wave events to a climate change? How can I address the non-stationarity in terms of designing of the dam, design of the bridge, design of the multi-story buildings, and concurrent extremes, drought followed by the heat waves, or flood and storm surge? How we can do this? So these kind of stuff I would like to put in front of you. Though I have not put any kind of presentation, I just thought I'll discuss these ideas with you, and then we will discuss further. So we can have a two-way communication and interaction with all of you. So whatever I have put in the last 30 minutes, so we can have a discussion for next 15 minutes so that we can understand how we can mitigate the water management, how we can mitigate the climate change, what are the aspects that we have taken at the local levels, and how can we go ahead. So let us have an interaction session. That's what I request Professor Sharma, so that all our participants, they can have whoever wants to speak, whoever wants to discuss and interact, so we can have much more communication instead of I am only speaking and others are listening.
And anyone who wants to speak or raise a question to Dr. Goyal, they can raise their hand so that we can unmute you from here. If any questions, any interactive thing you want to speak with Dr. Goyal, we will unmute you from here. Dr. Vidya Sagar Kumar, unmute her.
Or they can write in the chat box as well.
Dr. Vidya Sagar Kumar, we have unmuted you. Please go ahead. You have to now unmute
Hello.
yourself. Yes.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Very nice. Yeah. You have explained very well. Hello. Yes. My query is,
please,
sir.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Is it audible, sir? Yeah. My query is how to make alternative arrangement about the cultivation of the grain, because rice and wheat has so much need. They need to so much water when cultivating the rice and wheat. These are the most ideal. Okay.
सर आपका क्वेश्चन आई एम नॉट गेटिंग इट. आपका क्वेश्चन क्या है?
मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि हम उसको अल्टरनेटिव, जैसे फूड ग्रेन का मेन ग्रेन्स हम लोग राइस वीट ये सब जो भी मेन ग्रेन हम लोग लेते हैं सबसे ज्यादा, ये वेजिटेबल फ्रूट से बहुत कम लेते हैं, तो इसका अल्टरनेटिव हम कैसे करें इंडिया में, जिसमें कि हम वाटर रिटेंशन को कर सकें, कम से कम कंजप्शन कर सकें, क्योंकि ये सब सबसे ज्यादा, जैसे आपने एक और अपने कहा था जैसे गन्ना का, तो उसी के जैसा सबसे मेन हम खाद्यान्न उसको रिप्लेस कैसे करें और उसका अल्टरनेटिव है क्या, उसी में कैसे रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं. ओके, थैंक यू सर.
आई थिंक सर आपने बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछा है. लाइक गन्ना, शुगर केन बहुत ज्यादा वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप्स है. यू नीड लॉट्स ऑफ वाटर, बट लेट्स से इफ यू आर पुटिंग शुगर केन इन महाराष्ट्र और यू आर पुटिंग शुगर केन इन पंजाब, which are already water deficient states, वहां पे पानी बहुत कम है, because they are the semi arid regions or part of the arid regions. So आप यदि वहां पे पानी ऐसी क्रॉप्स को करते हो तो आपका पानी बहुत ज्यादा लगेगा. इतना पानी नहीं है तो उसके लिए आपको ग्राउंड वाटर एक्सट्रैक्ट करना पड़ेगा. ग्राउंड वाटर लो हो जाएगा तो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर का प्रॉब्लम होगा. So if you can shift from one crop to the another crop based on the hydrogeological conditions of that region, climatological conditions of that region, and once you do the hydrogeological conditions and climatic conditions, उसके ऊपर आप वाटर बैलेंस निकालो तो कितना पानी बचा, उसके ऊपर हम लोग क्रॉप को आइडेंटिफाई करें, then I think that's a good idea, rather than going for water intensive crops. So we can have an alternative to one crop. Let's say don't go to this crop one because this is very high water intensive. Go to the crop two, which is less water intensive. So that way we can help in the water management areas.
Yeah, my another query is sir,
Yes.
जो मेन ग्रेन हम लोग का होता है राइस एंड व्हीट, मेन ग्रेन गन्ना तो प्राइमरी नहीं है, सेकेंडरी है केवल स्वीटनेस के लिए, तो इसको हम और अल्टरनेटिव है उसको कैसे कर सकते हैं, उसको दूसरे गन्ना और नहीं सॉरी चावल और गेहूं के अल्टरनेटिव दे सकते हैं जिसमें हम ज्यादा करते हैं ग्रेन्स का?
चावल और गेहूं का अल्टरनेटिव लेना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है। इंडिया में बहुत लोग गेहूं खाता है, पूरा जो कोस्टल बेल्ट है सब चावल खाता है। इट इज वेरी टफ if you replace with the food habits of the people, and they are not rice is water intensive, so especially northeast part of India, Bengal, part of Punjab and Haryana, part of coastal area, वहां होता है राइस, वहां पे पानी अवेलेबिलिटी है इतनी ज्यादा कि राइस को लोग कर पाते हैं, बाकी जगह तो गेहूं होता है। But if you change with rice and wheat, it will be very tough. Like आजकल मध्य प्रदेश में आप देखो सोयाबीन होने लगा है, सोयाबीन की लोग बहुत ज्यादा खेती करने लगे हैं मध्य प्रदेश में। In many part of the Madhya Pradesh you have soybean.
Okay, like nachni etc. sir.
Yes sir. Say.
जैसे हम इस राइस और व्हीट के जगह पर नाचनी ये सब ले सकते हैं कि दूसरा जिसमें कि बहुत ही कम होता है, तो ऐसा ऑप्शन कर सकते हैं, लेकिन लोगों का फूड हैबिट कैसे चेंज करें
ये आपको सर स्टेप बाय स्टेप गाइड करना पड़ेगा। This is not going to happen in one shot. You have to go very step by step in a local level. Okay, thank you sir.
Vinod Sharma raised the hand. Unmute him. Vinod Sharma. Yes, Dr. Sharma, unmute yourself. We have unmuted you from here. Dr. Sharma, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes,
हाँ सर,
yes, we can hear you.
I am Vinod Sharma from Ghaziabad. Hello.
Yes sir, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
Yeah, thank you very much, thank you. Sir, one thing I observed regarding the policies, there is, hello.
Yes sir, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
I am talking about the Uttar Pradesh. In policy of the electricity, there are many of that. There is a use of the tubewells which are pumping the water, that means the underground water. And there is a policy, there is a constant electricity bill, and the farmers are taking the pumping that without any hesitation. They are producing the rice, which is that soil is not allowing on to that. So, hello.
Yes sir, आपकी आवाज आ रही है, please continue.
Yeah. So the water, there is a water harvesting as well as the water consumption. This is the depend on the policy. Then what about the policies? Please tell us then.
सर, जो इंडिया की नेशनल वाटर पॉलिसी है, they don't speak anything about this. Free electricity is given to the farmers in many part of India, in many states. You have seen in the Gujarat, free electricity has been given and water table has gone to 500 feet and 600 feet. Because the farmers are extracting the water from the aquifers. And once you extract the huge amount of the water from the aquifer without recharging, it will go down. And once it will go down, it is very difficult to recharge. It has gone so lower that it is very difficult to recharge. Now it is happening across the India. Once it is happening across the India, so it is very difficult to make the policy across the India. It is a water being a state subject. This has to be depend on basically, if you talk about the national water policy that came in 2012, it talks about the ecological needs of the water. It talks about the industrial use of the water, but it doesn't talk about anything regarding the free given water in terms of electricity. So water policy is silent on this point.
Oh, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. Very difficult.
I think we need to make a critical point here that this electricity should not be given free in order to use the groundwater in order to avoid any future for the next generations.
Yeah.
This point should come out very, very, very critically and very clearly.
if there is no policy, sir, this is the another what is the way or the path to the extent that is the problem that to be solved out.
Sir, if there is no policy, I think each government has to make an act, and that act
The
should be
policy,
enforced.
I'm talking about the awareness, how to aware the farmers.
I think capacity building programs that needs to be done in each and every villages. But once you extract this groundwater, what are the consequences that you will bear and your next generation will bear? So these kind of capacity building programs should be happened at each of these village level, taluk level, and many other places. Then only we can educate our farmer. Many of them know, but due to many of these earnings and livings, they need to do all kind of stuff. So we need to make sure that they understand this concept. Also, we have to arrange some kind of subsidy in terms of different aspects, not in terms of water they are taking freely from the aquifer.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Muskan Dekna, anyone else who want to talk?
Yeah, I think Dr. Shekhar.
Dr. Shekhar, actually, please bear with us. We have light cut here right now, and whatever you are seeing is through my mobile, so we might take 30 seconds or something to unmute.
No issue, no issue.
उधर से अनम्यूट हो सकता है क्या? उधर से अनम्यूट नहीं कर सकती तुम? Sir, please write. Unmute कर दिया? Sir, we have unmuted. Please, you unmute yourself now. Okay. Now, please unmute yourself and start speaking to Dr. Goyal.
हेलो सर।
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
सर मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ, मैं उत्तराखंड से रहता हूँ और यहाँ सिंचाई के लिए जैसे ज़्यादा हम खेती में सिंचाई नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो जैसे मुझे पता चला ड्रिप इरिगेशन सिस्टम बहुत बेहतर होता है, और पर यहाँ जो खेत हैं सीढ़ीदार खेत हैं और इतना लंबा, क्या हम ड्रिप इरिगेशन सिस्टम यूज़ कर पाएंगे यहाँ?
नहीं, सीढ़ीदार खेतों में बहुत डिफिकल्ट है ड्रिप इरिगेशन यूज करना, आपको दूसरे किसी मेथड पे जाना पड़ेगा।
ओके सर, ठीक है।
वो प्लेन एरिया के लिए बहुत ज्यादा सूटेबल है।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Anyone else who has raised the hand? Muskan, just check on my mobile. Anyone is raising the hand? I don't think so anyone else is there to speak, Dr. Goyal, but I can see a lot of compliments for you in the chat boxes. So I will share that with you as a screenshots for your beautiful lecture. If you are continuing with your lecture, please go ahead.
No, I think we can have much more interaction because all these things I spoke is very general in nature. So, and water is a subject of everyone.
Let participate. I have a question with you.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah. Basically, I'm a pesticide toxicologist. I come from the field of environmental toxicology. So, doctor, I just want to know one thing. We talk so much about environment, climate change. Even I have been talking from last 20 years about pesticide toxicity and everything. But when we will get the cost-effective solutions for the countries like poor countries or developed countries. Right now, the technologies which are there in the market for, like, suppose if I talk of pesticide, DDT is cheaper, but Kamamates are costlier. So the farmers in India cannot buy those costly pesticides. And same with the technologies. If we go for environmental friendly technologies, they are very costly in terms of cost and the procurement. So when will that time will come, and what do you think that the developing countries will be able to afford, and we can really work to actually save the environment?
I think, madam, your question is very pertinent and very important. I can give you one example for that. If you remember the solar panels, last 15 years back, they are coming with very heavy price.
Yes, yes.
It was very to get a single bulb. It is 2,500 or 5,000 rupees. Now we are getting in 300 rupees and 200 rupees. Over that time, the technology has developed so much because government of India has invested. People have people have their intuition mind and all. They have put all these things together. So the cost is reducing, though it takes time. In certain part of the world, the make cost may be lower, but in India also we are progressing. Perhaps in terms of pesticide that you mentioned, DDT and all, in the next 1 decade, cost will come down drastically, and that will help our farmers to have a this pesticides free farming or more organic farming towards their development and towards the reducing the water usage in terms of irrigations. But I hope it will take some time.
It will take some time because right now there is a fashion and there's a charm and there's a talk that we are shifting to organic. Anything which
Yeah.
is herbal and organic charms us, right? Everything which is synthetic and cosmetic, we will not buy that. So when you see
Yeah.
the price difference, suppose if you go for the pulse which is organic is like 100 rupees, so and the one which is like synthetically and normally available will be 60 rupees. So hopefully in the coming time that gap will be filled and we will have something better for us and for our mother nature. Let's see if any more raised hands are there.
Like if you go and buy the mangoes in organic mangoes, they come 500 rupees per kg. If you buy the
Yes,
normal
yes.
mangoes, it comes in 100 rupees per kg.
Though that gap is too much, 400 rupees. That's what I'm trying to say, Dr. Goyal, कि कि अब वो समय आ गया है कि अब हर चीज को मतलब संभालना बहुत जरूरी हो गया है एनवायरनमेंट को लेके ये ड्राइंग रूम टॉक्स अब बंद होनी चाहिए इट शुड बी लाइक थिंक ग्लोबली एंड
मैडम
वर्क
जो
लोकली
आपका लोगो है बी काइंड टू द मदर नेचर, वो बहुत अच्छा लोगो है।
यस सर ये हम लोगों ने बनाया है ये हमारी लैब
हाँ,
का लोगो है वी आर
बहुत अच्छा
रनिंग
लोगो।
70 लाख प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ राष्ट्रीय उच्चतर शिक्षा अभियान जिसमें
राइट,
हम
राइट।
लोग अलवर भिवाड़ी और तिजारा के वाटर और मिल्क सैंपल्स के अंदर हम पेस्टिसाइड्स की क्वांटिटी पे काम कर रहे हैं
बहुत अच्छा है मैडम, बहुत अच्छा है।
so this logo says ये actually it's a benzene ring which is a lipophilic compound and it is engulfing all and this picture is taken from the Balakila Alwar.
ओके, ओके, ओके,
So
या
that is how we made this. This is how we made. Any more raise hands? I'm only seeing so much compliments for you, Dr. Goyal. There's someone
थैंक यू
has
मैडम,
done something.
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी, थैंक यू सो मच।
Anything else? उसमें है कोई और? Appreciation. Yes, I can see from here. Dr. Goyal, it's now time to formally thank you. You spoke about a topic on climate change, which is your expertise. I know that very well. You said rainy days are reducing, heavy rainfalls happening, and many other natural calamities which are affecting human life and wildlife adversely. So it's high time for us to take a step to stop climate change by stopping human interventions in natural environment. Dr. Goyal, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking out time to be a keynote speaker at ISTTP 1. Your presence and wise words help to magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that has inspired so many people out there, including me. I extend one more invitation to you. We are holding an offline conference, international offline conference from 11 to 13th August 2022. Be our guest. We'll be happy to bring you here and keep you as a keynote speaker. I'm looking forward to see you then in person. Thank you so much for being
थैंक
with
यू,
us.
थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much. Dr. Ruchi Sharma is here. So now it's time for our 30-second keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Ruchi Sharma. Professor Dr. Ruchi Sharma is currently working as a professor and director in Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal. She has work experience of 20 years in the field of education, corporate and social work with national as well international voluntary organization. Professor Sharma has completed her post-graduation in social work, sociology and psychology from PGDHRD, PGDBM, AIMA, IMA and Honours Diploma in Computers. She has done PhD in sociology from Barkatullah University, Bhopal. She has published research papers in reputed national and international journals and presented papers in conferences, many conferences rather. Her research interest areas are sustainable development, social cohesion, sociology of youth, organizational culture. Her recent publications include Strategic Framework, a roadmap to communities, adaptations, resilience in constrained environments, a research paper published by Springer Nature in 2021. Shifting paradigms in human resource management while striving for service excellence in tourism industry, published by Springer Nature, Switzerland 2021. I congratulate you, Dr. Sharma, for such beautiful biodata, and we are so happy to have you with us. And I request you to kindly start with your keynote address. Dr. Ruchi Sharma, stage is all yours. Thank you, ma'am. Please start.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me an
It's our
opportunity.
pleasure, ma'am. Yeah.
Same here, ma'am. Now I will be going to present the topic which I have decided for this particular training session, and just kindly let me know whether you are able to see the slides or not.
Muskan, check the slides if they're visible. I cannot see from here. And mute me also.
No, ma'am, the
On
slides
kar
are
lo
not
mic stop
visible
kar
yet.
Okay.
Ma'am, you have to click on the arrow at the bottom of the screen, ma'am.
Yes, I have clicked it. Are you able to see it?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see your presentation.
Okay. Now I'm moving to the next slide. Are you able to see the next slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. I'm putting it in the slideshow. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Kindly let me know. Are you able to see the second slide?
Right now we are seeing the first one only, ma'am.
Okay. So what I will do, I will click on the, I will put it in this way because you are able to see the second slide now.
Yes, ma'am. We can. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I will do the presentation in this way only. In case if I'm stuck in any of a particular slide, then kindly let me know. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to all, all the organizing committee as well as to all the participants. My session is on role of community participation in wildlife toxicology and conservation. The key takeaways of from this session will be understanding the meaning of community participation. Why is community participation required? How to maximize community participation. There are the certain case studies which I have taken from the research papers, which I'm going to bring into your kind notice. And also the conclusion of overall this session will be to realize the power of the community participation. Now, when we are talking about the community participation, first let us understand what is the meaning of community. As you can see on the slide that two kinds of conceptions are being presented here. One is organic conception and the other one is ecological conception. So the organic conception, when we are talking about from that particular sense, if we want to see the meaning of community, it talks about more of the social relationships. It talks about the bonds which we have with the people with whom we live or we exist or we coexist in the society. It could be a family, it could be our friendship group or any other particular group of people. But when we are talking, seeing the meaning of community from the ecological conception, then it means we are talking about a group of people who are living in a particular geographical or territorial area. So here, when we are seeing the community from the ecological perspective, we are defining it as a group of people who lives in a particular geographical area and who are very much attached with each other. So in this session, I will be taking the meaning of community from this perspective, that is the ecological conception of community. So according to Bogardus, he has written the book Sociology in 1952. He has defined that a community is a social group with some degree of we feeling and living in a given area. Now, coming to the topic which is there of community participation. What is the meaning of community participation? As you can see on the slide, that active community involvement in all aspects of strategic plan development and implementation of wildlife conservation projects and programs can be defined as the community participation. As already I have clarified that the community which we are referring is to the people, those who are living in a particular area. Now, when we are talking about the community participation, it has got two perspectives. One is I'm focusing in this session is related to the community, those who live in that area where the conservation, wildlife conservation is required. Another meaning of the community participation, which I'm referring to in this session, is the active community involvement in all aspects, where I'm talking about not only limited to the geographical area, but as a consumer, what we are consuming, we need to be aware about so as to promote go green and save our Mother Earth. So in this, nowadays we have heard about the word consumerism. Now, consumerism, it started as a right. It is considered as a human right movement to protect the human rights of the consumers, those who are taking the product. So if they are having any complaint, they can go and do the complaint about it. But nowadays, because this consumerism has been turned into over-consumerism, where, for example, if I like I'm having a smartphone with me, I don't like the color or the text or the there are certain other features I want to add into it, but without adding those features also I'm able to do the work which I require. But in the market, these other phones are available, smartphones are available, which have got more added features, or a different new color of the smartphone is which is available. So in spite of the present smartphone which the consumer is having and all the needs are getting fulfilled through that, the consumer is going for just to purchase, just to satisfy the feeling of, yes, I'm the feeling of that possessing that particular phone, or just to satisfy the personal need. Feeling of goodness, just to feel happy to purchase that particular product. So because of this, the consumerism, it has been turned as an over consumerism, and which has increased lots and lots of environmental problems, again affecting the wildlife and also increasing the toxicology. So in this way, when we are talking about the community participation, so both we need to be careful when we are talking about that the people, those who are living in the area which are considered as a protected areas and where the wildlife conservation is required, they need to be involved in all kinds of decision making which is there, as well as we are also referring to the community, those who are consuming the products, that is the consumer. They should not indulge in the over consumerism. So conservation occurs in a social context, and the social processes between actors shape actions and outcomes. Much of what happens in conservation is the result of the interactions which takes place between the actors, the power, the resources, etc. While much has been done to analyze and invest in physical and human capital, more has to do to manage as well as invest in natural capital wisely so as to protect our environment in a sustainable way. Moving to the next slide now. According to Oglin, Adidonta, and Oladendi in 2013, they have said that community participation is basically concerned with the involvement of individuals, groups, and communities in the affairs of managing the environment they live in. Now, we know what is the meaning of community, we know what is the meaning of community participation and which communities we are referring to. The next question is that why is it required? So when we are talking about that, why community participation is required, the participatory approach of the community is essential. It helps in maintaining the ability, even in the most extreme circumstances of the people, those who are living in that area, and to engage with the issues that face them. According to the participatory approach, which is used in the community participation, the beneficiary is given more information, responsibility, and decision-making power in diverse project areas, including the project focus, the targeting of beneficiaries, the implementation strategy, as well as assessment and the evaluation. If the people in the communities are ready to take the initiative, if they are creative, if they are ready to learn and assume responsibility for their own development as well as their surroundings, then they must be actively encouraged to participate. This requires building into policies and the projects features which enables people's participation. In order to encourage community participation on a large scale, it is important to first understand the dynamics at the ground level. And based on this understanding, we have to support community action, which can be defined at successively higher and more distant levels. Even in the research which was done by Kellett and other colleagues in 2000, it was found that the community participation means we have to involve the local community. It is just not only that we are just involving them to be as a beneficiary, but also they should be involved in decision-making process. So we need to give them some power as well as authority. So rather than going from a centralized structure, we need to go for a democratic way of planning as well as implementation of the strategies. Then the objectives of socio-economic development and the conservation should be linked so that the community should be able to understand that why they are being involved in it and what they will be going to get if they are being involved in it. Also, the legitimization of the indigenous resource rights is also required. It is not like the community, which those who are living in that area, we are, just making them, for example, some self-help groups are being formed, or some products is being manufactured by them, and we are selling it into the market. You will see nowadays that the legitimation is also there. The product is being branded by their community name or some other, a particular name is thought about and is being given to that. So the legitimation of the indigenous resource rights is also required. Then the inclusion of the traditional values and knowledge, it should be included when we are talking about the resource management in a modern or using of the technology in managing the resource management of that particular area. So it is very essential to involve the community right from the starting stage, as is being in a research study conducted by Baz, Dalil, Clinton and Pretty in 1995, which was later on again another research which was conducted by Mohana in 2006 and 2015 by Vasilva. They have said that these researches, it also proves that community participation is a proven approach to address issues that have been long utilized in application environmental policy and decisions for sustainable development. So it is just not only the focus is there that we have to go for the participation and we need to just let the community involve in each and everything. There are the researches which have been conducted and which have said that if we are involving the community in wildlife conservation and toxicology, so it helps in getting the result much easy, as well as the sustainability of the project is also maintained. Now, we have understood what is the meaning of community participation, why is it required. Now, the next question comes, how to do it, how to ensure the participation from the community, which is where there are various lots of challenges are also there in the community participation, but those challenges, the barriers which are there, we need to break them so as to ensure the participation. So when we are designing our program or the policies properly, they can be highly effective in managing natural resources, providing basic infrastructure, or ensuring primary social services. Participation in community-based development projects depends on reversing control and accountability from central authorities to community organizations. So it is just not like that the people, those who are making the government has given them the authority or the power to make the plan. They are just making it and asking the people to implement it. Rather, it is a reverse order. The community where it needs will be going to, where this plan is going to be implemented, they need to be involved in it. So as well as not only the involvement, but also the accountability of the communities also need to be ensured so as to successfully implement the projects. So successful design requires understanding local needs, building on the strengths of existing institutions, and defining the changes needed in external agencies to support community action. If a community group is to function successfully, several criteria must be met. We should ensure that the community should address a felt need. They should understand that, yes, I require it. It is just not like posing on them, imposing our plan or the policies on them, but rather they should feel, yes, I require it. And there should be a common interest, which is just not limited to one or two individuals. Rather, it should be a common, which is appealing to the entire community. The benefits to the community of participating in the group projects which are there, it needs to be clarified very methodically and very clearly, and how their participation will outweigh the cost if they are not participating. So what are the profits which are there if they are participating in these projects? It also needs to be listed down. The community should be embedded in the existing social organization. They should have the capacity leadership. If the capacity is not there, if the leadership is missing, then we need to empower them by developing their skills in the to learn the abilities as well as to learn the leadership. They might be having the knowledge, but the skills as how to ensure the conservation, how to implement the policies of the conservation, and what would be their role, we need to tell them. And steps need to be taken to strengthen or modify the existing structure in which the programs which are there, as well as the policies which are there, which are being made by the government or by the NGOs, and which are just being implemented and in the areas where these people live or where the wildlife is there. So there is you can see it on the slide, a ladder of citizen participation, which was developed by Sherry Arnstein in 1969. And she introduced in an article which was published in the Journal of the American Planning Association. Arnstein explains that this classification is necessary so as to avoid the manipulation which the people do in the name of community participation. So the ladder, as you can see, there is a ladder. Seedhiyan hai usme. You can see the 8 different steps or 8 rungs are there. Total 8 rungs are there. And these rungs are, number 1 is manipulation, second therapy, then informing, consultation, placation, partnership, delegated power, citizen control. So the rungs at the bottom of the ladder are the ones with least community participation, or you can say non-participation, and include manipulation and therapy. And as you proceed in the ladder, the middle rungs of the ladder and border between manipulation at the bottom, we can find the placation and the consultation is there, and which is also referred to as tokenism, where the community is allowed to participate only to the extent of expressing their views, but they have no role in the decision making. And the last three rungs, as you see, that is 6, 7, and 8, these are the partnership, delegated power, and the citizen control. So these are the citizen control being at the top of the ladder. It is considered as a citizen power. Now, here citizen, I'm taking this in this session, this particular model with reference to the community participation. So here citizen can be seen as a community control, or you can say the powerful role of the community, where they are powerful in controlling each and every step of the development projects or the conservation projects. So this categorization of community involvement is extremely crucial in clarifying the confusion between the non-participation and the community power. Now, moving to the next slide, I have, in a research paper, I saw this particular model, which is, we are aware about, various types of model where the participation of the community is there. One is the top-down model, where all the instructions are given from the the people, those who are planning these projects, and the top-down, that is the people, and the community need to believe it. Then there is another model, which is bottom-up model, where all the things are being planned from the lower level and they're communicating it to the upper level. But here, when we are talking about the wildlife conservation, that bottom-up model is not suitable, because the community where we are trying to implement these models, they're not aware about or because of the lack of skill, or they're having the knowledge, but as I say that the lack of skills as how to implement that knowledge to save the wildlife, or to conserve, strengthen the conservation in that area, might be lacking. So as the figure in this, as in the slide, you can see, this one was the comparison of top-down model and partnership model was done by Narayana Reddy in 2002. He came up with, he said that the top-down model, which focuses on you're giving everything for free to the community, you're doing everything for them. As a result, what happened? Their dependency on the system, their dependency on the organization who is providing them all the support, it increases, which results into more lethargic attitude. So when we are talking about the sustainability, this is not considered as an appropriate, you can say, model. And because the community, they start thinking that yes, now whatever they need to do, people are there, they will come, they will help them, they will they will take care of them. So rather than why we should work, why we should think about it, now the agencies will be coming, NGOs or the government people will be coming and they will be helping us out. So the next model which Narayana Reddy focuses on is the partnership model. And he says, when he did the comparison in the research paper, he says that the partnership model is a much better model when we are talking about the community participation, so as to involve the maximum participation from the community. And the governments and the communities, now in the partnership model, what happens? The governments and the communities, they all work together in the planning and decision making with a long lasting results. So as you can see, the planning and decision making from the slide, you can see that the planning and decision making is being done together by the community as well as by the government or the agencies which are there for the conservation, and working, both are getting the benefits, they both are working together, getting the benefits from it, also leads to the permanent partnership, that it is not just for 1 year or 2 years, but rather a permanent partnership. And once the government, the agencies which are there, they see that now the community is empowered to take care of itself, then slowly and gradually they restrict their interference, or they restrict their involvement in it, and after seeing it after a long time. So now what is the benefit from this kind of partnership model for the community? they have more control over their affairs, whatever is being decided, or how the project need to be implemented, who will be going to be involved in that project, what would be the timeline of that project. So they are having more control over all this process. There is also dignity to the poor. Many a times it has been seen that people, they go to the community in the name of that, yes, I am helping you. So that kind of help, that you are pitying that person, you are and that's why you are helping. So even the community people, they also sense it, that we are being considered as very poor, or marginalized, or we are not being equal in the society, therefore these people are helping us. So rather than moving from the approach of helping to empowering. And it also, when the community is involved, they are the participation is there from the community members. They are much more accountable and responsible for whatever the changes which are happening in that area. For example, the protection of the wildlife, they are more responsible. They will not be going to go for hunting, they will not be going to cut down the forest. As a result, the sustainability of the project is maintained for a longer duration. So according to Narayan Reddy, this is the partnership model is the model which is is much better as compared to the top-down model, and it should be used in the when we're talking about the community participation. Now, after understanding the meaning of community participation, the need for community participation, and how to ensure community participation, let us see that all these, how with the various case studies we will go through, the various examples which we will be going to see in our this particular session. It will help us in understanding, yes, community has got more power. The people in the community, they have got more power, provided they are being made participative. So right from our school days, we have heard about various movements, and the first and the foremost movement, which is known as the Bishnoi movement. It took place in 1700s in Khejurali, Marwar region, Rajasthan state. And the leader, Amrita Devi, a female villager, she could not see the destruction of both her faith and the village sacred trees, because the trees were very sacred. The trees are very sacred for the people, especially in India. We worship the trees. So Amrita Devi, when she saw that the people from the soldiers from the king, the king had sent the soldiers and they are cutting down the forest. So she hugged the trees and encouraged others in the village area to do the same. About 400 Bishnoi villagers were killed in this movement. The Bishnoi tree martyrs were influenced by the teachings of Guru Maharaj Jambaji, who founded the Bishnoi faith in 1485 and set forth principles forbidding harm to trees and animals. The king, who came to know about these events, rushed to the village and apologized, ordering the soldiers to cease cutting the forest trees. Soon afterwards, the Maharaja designated the Bishnoi estate as a protected area, forbidding harm to trees as well as the animals. And this legislation still exists today in the region. So here, the community, the people, those who were in that village, right from they participated, and it was not about anything that the woman cannot do the things. Even the females, like when we are talking about the gender equality, the females, they have also played a major role in protecting our forest or the conserving our the areas. The next move, so it is not something nowadays we are seeing that lots of there are so many on with the help of the technology also, people are going for the conservation movements or protecting the forest. Even the youngsters they are going into it, and with just if something is happening in a particular place, just because with the help of the social media platforms, it get communicated to the other areas. But when this technology was not there earlier, still the people were very much attached to in India. People were very much attached, because in Indian, our religion, the trees are considered as the people, they worship the trees. The next movement, which was again, this also was in India, it was in the very famous movement. It is known as Chipko movement. In 1973 it started in Chamoli district, and later in Tehri Garhwal, that is the district of Uttarakhand. The very famous, everyone is aware about Shri Sundarlal Bahuganaji. He enlightened the villagers by conveying the importance of trees in the environment, which controls the erosion of soil, cause rains, and provides pure air. The women of Advani village of Tehri Garhwal tied the sacred thread around trunk of trees, and they hugged the trees. Hence, it was called the Chipko movement, or hug the tree movement. The main demand of the people in these protests was that the benefit of the forest, especially the right to fodder, should go to local people. The Chipko movement gathered momentum in 1978 when the women faced police firings and other tortures. The then state chief minister, Hemwati Nandan Bahuguna, set up a committee to look into the matter, which eventually ruled in the favor of the villagers. This became a turning point in the history of eco-development struggles in the region and around the world. The next, in 1982, this was Jangal Bachao Andolan, which I am referring to, and the place which it was in the Singhbhum district of Bihar. The tribals of the Singhbhum, the local, the people, those who were residing there, they protested against the government decision to replace the natural sal forest with teak. And because the teak had a more high price, so this decision was taken by the government, but the tribals in that area, they opposed it. And this movement was called by many, as they have given it the name, greed game political populism. Later, this movement also spread to Jharkhand and Odisha. Now, moving from India to other parts of the world, saving rhinos and livelihoods in South Africa. In the 1960s, there were around 1 lakh black rhinos living near thorny thickets in the bushlands of South Africa. But poaching and loss of habitat have led to steep declines in their numbers in recent years. Conservation efforts have helped the rhino population rebound from 2,400 in 1995 to more than 5,600 today. Yet, every day, rhinos are slaughtered for their horns, and conservation of biodiversity and ecosystem face an estimated financing value of an average of $711 billion per year. An innovative approach to raise funds to grow the population of endangered black rhinos and help close the biodiversity financing gap, the Wildlife Conservation Bond. The Wildlife Conservation Bond was rolled out in South Africa. So this was something very, I found it very appealing, that we have heard about the financial bonds. Now, what is this Wildlife Conservation Bond, which is being implemented in South Africa? So this is especially in the to protect, the bond offers investor a return on their investment if black rhino population increase in 2 protected areas. That is, these 2 protected areas are the Edo Elephant National Park and the Great Fish River Nature Reserve. So how does this Wildlife Conservation Bond work? It is a first kind of outcome-based financial instrument that aims to support 1,53,000 hectares of protected area that is not only critical to black rhino survival, but also for an ecosystem to thrive. The bond is specifically designed around the conservation of the black rhino because they are an umbrella species that helps shape the biodiversity of their surrounding habitat. Rhino growth is also measurable, marking it the metric of choice for determining the success of the project. Rhino protection also contributes to South Africa's national economy through tourism, job creation, and as an important source of foreign exchange. The additional financing for conservation efforts comes from conservation investment payments that will be made to the parks by the World Bank instead of coupons paid to the bond investors. So as a result, what happened, the parks will receive the conservation investment after the bond is issued, and investors will receive their principal investment back when the bond matures, together with a potential success payment. The activities, as very rightly being mentioned by CEO Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, activities supported by this bond aim to increase rhino population growth by 4%, while also improving the management of over 150,000 hectares and providing over 2,300 jobs for local communities in and around both protected areas, which is a welcome boost in a region severely impacted by COVID-19. So here you can see that the agencies are there, which are there with the help of the local communities. They are coming up with these kind of plans, where not only here in this case, not only the local community as well as the external agency, but there are certain investors are also there, those who are investing in these kind of projects. So the wildlife conservation bond, it tests a new model for conservation financing, where investors provide additional financing for conservation efforts and accept project performance risk in return for a potential payout if the project is successful. Next, you can see on the screen is the Heart of the Amazon project. Now, this is also very interesting project which is being taken it is a part of the Amazon Sustainable Landscapes program, and is being funded by Global Environment Facility and implemented between the Ministry of Environment, Sinchi Research Institute, National Natural Parks of Colombia, IDEAM, Corpo Amazonia, CDA, Natural Heritage Fund. And with the World Bank support, they are strengthening the institutional as well as community forest governance to conserve the forest and promote sustainable management in the Amazon. So in this project, the farmers have agreed to conserve their land as standing forests, committed to no deforestation, restore degraded areas, develop agroforestry projects, and enable sustainable forest use. This is totally based on voluntary agreement. So no force is there on the forest, on the farmers, that you don't have to, cut down the trees. It is totally based on voluntary agreement, and it provide legal and de facto landowners with a range of benefits conditional on specified conservation actions or outcomes. So by directly linking sustainable practices with an externally provided stream of monetary as well as non-monetary benefits, conservations can be converted into an economically attractive choice, which the community can never say no to it. The process to formalize conservation agreements include a participatory landscape planning process where communities are presented with information, including data from satellite and aerial imagery. So here you can see that how the technology is also helping, and including geo-reference sources to identify property delimitation, land uses, and establishing potential sustainable land use arrangements. Social cartography is an essential tool which allow farmers to visualize those arrangements for the farms, share their knowledge, and agree on a farm planning arrangement that is best suited to their vision for their territory and well-being. So in this way, the community, they are also happy, as well as our, we can say that the wildlife conservation, the deforestation is also taken care of. Coming back to India, Secure Himalayas. This is another project. Secure, S stands for securing livelihoods, conservation, sustainable use, and restoration of high-range Himalayan ecosystems. The high-range Himalayan ecosystem, the major focus of this particular project is to safeguard snow leopards as well as the medicinal plants which are there in Ladakh and Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh. So the high-range Himalayan ecosystem in India harbors important biodiversity and ecosystems that are essential life support system for our remote and rural communities. Since the harsh climate and topography of the area are less conducive to agriculture and industry, most of the region population is dependent on livestock because they don't have, they cannot do any other, they cannot choose any other occupation for their livelihood. So the livestock numbers have increased significantly over the years, resulting in degradation due to overgrazing. Additionally, these ecosystems serve as critical habitats for snow leopards and other threatened species. The human-wildlife conflict that results from the rural communities and snow leopards sharing habitats and ecosystems, poaching, poor law enforcement, illegal wildlife trade, and the impact of climate change endangers the species further. So the India's ongoing conservation efforts include establishment of a natural biodiversity strategy and action plan. The country also launched the National Mission on Himalayan Studies and in 2009 launched the recovery program for 16 critically endangered species that also includes the snow leopard. The project aims to enhance the ecological integrity and economic security of high-range Indian Himalayan ecosystem. And the major components of the project are conservation of key biodiversity areas and their effective management to secure long-term ecosystem resilience, habitat connectivity, and conservation of snow leopard and other endangered species and their habitats. Second is securing sustainable community livelihoods and natural resource management. Third is enhancing enforcement, monitoring, and cooperation to reduce wildlife crime and related threats. Fourth is to improve knowledge, advocacy, and information systems for promotion of landscape conservation approaches. There are other, in addition to this, there are other various, the projects are there in India, like in Assam. There is in Golpara district, project which is known as Elephant Hathi Bachao Andolan. It is elephant conservation project, Assam Hathi project it is known as. Sorry, I spelled it wrong earlier. It is Assam Hathi project, yes. The villages which are there, which are covered under this project in the district of Golpara are Nichinta, Kalyanpura, and Ben Kannada. And it is the project is mainly to reduce human-elephant conflicts through community-based interventions and to monitor elephant movements. Another is in project which is, a very famous and very successful. It is bird-based ecotourism and community reserve. And the project is in Arunachal Pradesh in the village Singching, which is under the district of West Kameng. So in this, the project focuses on to inculcate conservation ethos among the locals and also provide livelihood options to the local people using bird-based tourism. So rather than killing the bird, they are, they are motivating that you should take care of these birds so that the people, the tourists will come and will visit these, they will come to see the birds. As a result, the tourism will be going to get, developed in the area, which will be going to help you in earning your livelihood. The next, another one also important, which I, while I was doing the research for this session, I came through was the Amur Falcon Conservation Project. It is in Nagaland, in the village Pangti, which comes under the district Vokha. So it is more, to reduce the hunting of Amur falcon, which is a very, beautiful bird which is there. So to reduce the people should not hunt it. It is based on major, the project takes care of this. So coming to the conclusion of what the entire session in the just a brief sum to summarize. We have seen the meaning of the community participation. We also understood how the community participation takes place and why the community needs to be participative. And this is not something which is being based on just on the thoughts, but there are the certain researches, the successful case studies which are there, the examples which we have seen. We have studied we have gone through the various case studies, and if you want to study, you want to know more detail about, you can search it on Google. It is the material is also there, where you can find these case studies for the successful wildlife conservation as well as for successful community participation. So to conclude, the three most important factors are there which we need to focus on and which we need to understand, that if we create structures for community participation, then we create social capital from which the community will benefit. And this benefit will not just limited to the local community where we are focusing, but rather to the entire society, to the entire world. The second major factor is the community will benefit because enough people will want to participate in this structure. So more participation, more benefit, and more safe our motherland, our mother earth will be, and we will be going to have, we hopefully in future we should not go for our like not us, but most probably our the future citizens of world, they will be going to live in a world which is they will be able to see the forest, they will be going to see all kinds of species, the wildlife, they will be going to see them. So rather than extinction, we are talking about promoting or safeguarding the wildlife as well as our environment also. The community will want to participate because these structures which empowers them, it will be embedded in the everyday spaces of community life and the informal social networks through which people live their lives. So that was all from my side. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Please raise your hand. If any questions, please raise your hands. Just check on any questions. Uh, no questions? Then we are just seeing any questions. If are there, give us some time. Dr. Sharma, I can see so many compliments for her, for you. So many good words for you. But we are just looking when a question comes up. People are saying it's a great session. It was insightful. It was a wonderful presentation. I can see so many appreciation. Hopefully I will take out a screenshot and send it to you after we are done with this day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm thankful to the participants also for being there and in the session. And I'm thankful to the organizers. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Mamta. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. So, ma'am, it's time to formally thank you. I know you are a family, but still the formal vote of thanks is there. Dear Dr. Sharma, let me congratulate you for an amazing topic you have chosen, role of community participation in toxicology and wildlife conservation. How nicely you have correlated conservation and toxicology, and that was the main theme of ISTTP 1. You so rightly said that we have to come together and conserve the environment. No one single person can do this alone. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving up your valuable time to talk in ISTTP 1. It was quite apparent how every single person, including me, was so much engrossed in your talk. And you can see still the compliments are coming for you in the chat, ma'am. And trust me, there's so much more to learn from your knowledge and experience. It was treat hearing you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Looking forward to see you once
Thank
again.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now it's time for 33rd keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Vikas Saxena. Dr. Vikas Saxena is an assistant professor, PG Department of Zoology at Samrat Prithviraj Chauhan Government College, Ajmer, Rajasthan, India. He completed his MSc with specialization in cell biology from MDSU Ajmer. He was the gold medalist and was awarded Chatterjee Cup and gold medal twice in consecutive years, 2000 and 2001. He was also awarded Bhagwan Krishna Award for being the MSc final topper. He started his career in teaching in 2002 at Akash Institute, New Delhi. In 2009, Dr. Saxena joined College Education Department, Rajasthan Government, and is presently posted at SPC Government College, Ajmer, which is one of the oldest colleges of North India, established in 1836 and accredited A grade by NAC. He has completed one UGC funded project and has attended 9 international conferences as delegate and presenter. He has presented 30 papers in national conferences as delegate. He also has 3 national publications at his credit. Dr. Vikas Saxena is a naturalist with a passion for wildlife photography. He works for environmental awareness and runs an eco club for creating awareness about environment and nature. He was invited as a resource person in various photography workshops. He received his training in ornithology from Cornell Lab of Ornithology, New York. Dr. Saxena is also associated with various social causes like ban on single-use plastic, awareness drives, blood donation camps, wildlife conservation, urban wetland conservation. He has organized various international and national conferences, workshops, and webinars. His photograph of wildlife was selected by District Administration Alwar and displayed in photo exhibition at state level biodiversity environmental and environment protection conference organized by District Environment Committee Chalawar. So, Dr. Saxena, I welcome you here with a lot of gratitude and respect. I request to start with your keynote address. आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत अभिनंदन.
Thank you, Mamta ma'am. Am I audible? Okay. Thank
We
you.
can see you, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mamta ma'am, for the introduction. I don't have such an introduction as other previous speakers had. And so I thank the principal, Dr. Hukum Singh, Dr. Mamta Sharma, the organizing secretary, for inviting me as a speaker in this international short-term training program. I heard the earlier speaker, Dr. Manish, Dr. Ruchi, and the another person who is waiting for his lecture, Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra. So it's a wonderful experience to be with these people, and it's accolades for the organizing team to have such people with you. I also thank all the delegates. I can see a lot of delegates, the participants, 158 participants, they are online. That speaks volume about this training, that 158 participants are online at this hour. It's 2:49, and usually people take their meals and go to sleep. So okay, so my topic is very different. It's the topic that I am going to take. It's related. It's called as green engineering. It's green engineering. So I'm sharing my slides first. Is my slide visible? Okay. Just wait.
Sir, your slide is not visible, sir.
Okay, fine. I'm just sharing it again.
Okay, now it's visible, sir. Now it's visible.
Visible? Okay, fine.
Windows slides.
Just waiting for the slides to get visible.
Sir, we can't see the presentation anymore.
Yeah, I'm just sharing it again.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Okay, are my slides visible now?
Yes, sir, your slides are visible.
Okay, fine. Okay. So the topic which I'm going to take today is the recent advances in bio-inspired surfaces and materials, which is also called as the green engineering. You must have heard about the term biomimetics, and you also had some lectures about it. So I am just taking an overview of the recent advances in the bio-inspired surfaces and materials. Now, can anyone tell that they know what this green engineering is? Can anyone just can I see some yes in the chat box? They know or they know about this term bioengineering, green engineering, or biomimetics. Can I see yes and no in the chat box? Okay, Vidya Sagar, yes. Akansha, yes. Okay, 3 yes. I see 157 people are online. I'm just green. 4 yes. Okay, fine. People are waking up. Okay. See, why we talk about bio-inspired surfaces and material. We have heard about innovations and designs. Some are hit and some fail miserably. Every inventor who designs or innovates something takes the best out of his mind to design. But some designs, they are hit and some fail miserably. For example, see a book. This is a print book and you can see a play button on the diagram. So my textbook has a video for me to play. So there are some design errors which leads a product to fail and some design which make the product a hit. Now see, I'm just giving you some examples. These are from the history. Fisk reading machine. You can see here Real Admiral Bradley Fisk. He was a celebrity inventor. He invented many things and they were a hit. And he invented this Fisk reading machine, which was termed as the end of paperbacks. End of paperbacks. All the printing machines will stop functioning because this reading machine just needed a miniature book which will fit into it, and there was there was a glass through which it can be read. So this Frisk reading machine was called as the end of paperback. But in 1930s and 40s, it completely failed and all the printing presses were back. Electrified water for the morning after a shock or for headaches. See, electrified water is nothing. In 19th century, this concept was developed scientifically. They used to charge the water. They used to pass current into the water, and this water, when the electric wires were taken out, this water was used. It was used for drinking. it was used for sprinkling on plants, it was used for washing the clothes, and it was said that it would sterilize the clothes. Now, another use, you can see another photograph. A man is on the bed, it's morning, and he's with his beer bottles. So this electrified water was given as a sure cure for headaches for the hangovers. It was also used for a long time. Later it came to light that it's of no use. It cannot sterilize. See, another failed invention was the submarine tube. In this submarine tube, a glass bulb was at the end, and through the submarine, the people, they can go into this glass bulb, and then they can do underwater photography. So it was developed for underwater photography. Again, this invention flopped. And see, this is a car wheel. You have seen a car wheel. It is usually made up of alloy or it is made up of steel. But here in this car wheel, there were spring spokes. So the spring spokes were taken, that even if the tires went pneumatic, even then this car will run. But again, this was a failure. So the question is, why these innovative product failed? Yes, can anyone answer why these innovative product failed? Because they did not maintain the same standard. And what was the standard? The standard is, which is maintained by an R&D lab that is 3.8 billion year old. Now, what lab I am talking about? I can see 157 people. Can anyone tell what lab I am talking about? It's a 3.8 billion year old lab. Anyone from the participants? Okay. Anyone from the participants? Earth. Okay. Nature. Okay. I got 2 responses. Only 2 responses. Okay. Fine. Okay. True. See, this is the nature or the earth, which is the R&D, oldest R&D lab. So what I'm going to tell you from now onwards is nature, the sustainable designs and innovations, which are also called as the divine designs. Nature gives us bold answers to our great problems and show us new ways in which humanity could thrive. We just need to pay attention and connect the dots. See, all of you must have heard about quick fix. Now see, quick fix was used. It's still available in the market. Now you people use Fevikwik. Now you see the advertisement. It joins everything except the broken hearts. Quick fix can join everything except the broken hearts. Now when I talk about nature, on the right hand side you can see a heart. This is a pig heart, and it has undergone a surgery. And after surgery, a glue has been applied on it. See, the main problem with heart surgery is the sutures, because the suture will again cause an injury in soft tissues. And another soft tissues like lungs, if they undergo any surgery, the trachea, they need something much softer than the sutures so that they are not harmed. So in the lower part of this slide, you can see a slug. Now this slug, where you can see some glue stick to it. The glue is present on the slug. Now when any bird attacks this slug, it secretes this glue, and this is called as goo. Now this glue, even if this stick will move, this glue will help the slug to remain attached to this. So when the scientists study this glue, they use this glue with a flexible gel, and then they tried to use it on soft organs like heart surgery. And when it was placed on a pig's heart, it worked like a suture. So the innovation is a life-saving surgical superglue, and the problem solved revolutionizing the way surgical wounds are closed. So this is a natural solution which we have adapted from the nature. All of you must have heard about this blind as a bat. It is called. Usually this idiom is used, blind as a bat. And if you can see this cartoon, no, I can't see any of the letters. What's your point? A doctor is standing. Now, can anyone tell me a little bit why this term is used, blind as a bat? Why we call it as blind as a bat? Yes. Why do we call blind as a bat? Yes. Are the bats blind? Anyone from the participants? Are the bats blind? There's no answer. Am I audible? Okay, see the
Yes,
question
sir, you're audible.
again to the participants. Are the bats blind? No. No answer. Okay. See, we are seeking solutions from the nature. The most important problem which is facing, the blind people are facing, is they use a cane to walk. Now this cane, you can see in the diagram, this cane, the tip of the cane where it falls only tells that this place is safe to walk. But what about the head and chest? If anything is coming up to the head or the chest to a blind person, how will he come to know? So again, the solution was taken from the nature. You know about bats. The bats, they use echolocation. See, the bats, they are not blind, but they, besides eyes, they also use echolocation to trace what's coming in their way of flight. So echolocation, the same technique dolphin uses. In the second upper diagram, you can see a dolphin. It sends the ultrasonic sound waves, and it goes and when it strikes an object, it comes back, and this is how the dolphin identifies where the food is or what obstacle are in the way. Same thing has been utilized in submarines also. But ultra cane, this is a new development which has been developed by the scientists through biomimicry. Now, if you can see, this is a blind person walking with this ultra cane. Now, this ultra cane has the same ultrasonic sound waves emitting emitter. So whatever is coming in the way of this person, 2 to 4 meters height, even in around the head or around the chest, legs, hands, whatever is coming around, these ultrasonic sound waves will go, they will strike the object, come back, and they will vibrate, and they will tell the person that there is a hindrance in the path. In the lower diagram, you can see the ray diagrams, how these ultra cane work. So echolocation, which was used by bats and dolphins, has been developed, has been used to develop a technique for blind people, and we call it as ultra cane. It is available commercially now. It's a successful product which is available. You can type ultra cane on Google and you can buy it. Now another thing, lotus leaf. You can see in the first photo, this is a lotus.
We would like all the participants to kindly bear with us as Dr. Saxena is having some network issue. He will join us in the next 2 to 5 minutes.
So I'm sorry, there was some disruption due to the internet. So I'm sharing my screen again. Okay. So I was talking about the lotus leaf hydrophobicity. The lotus leaf has this special characteristic that the water floats on its surface and it keeps the leaf clean. Now, what makes this leaf different from other leaves? Now, see, the lotus leaf has, you can see in the right hand side, there is a photograph in which the micro surface of the lotus leaf is shown. The surface is super hydrophobic. It has serrations, and so the water drop is not coming in the full contact of the leaf. Only 2 to 3% part of the surface of the droplet is coming in the contact, and then the surface is waxy also. So the water droplets, they keep on moving on the surface. This surface is called as super hydrophobic. And if you know, if you can relate, the bird feather also do the same. They also show the same hydrophobicity. So some bird feathers and lotus leaf are considered super hydrophobic with contact angles of 150 and 170 degrees respectively, and they are called as ultra hydrophobic. So what can we gain from this knowledge? How can we use this knowledge for the human welfare? So the application, see, if you take out honey, in the first picture you can see a spoon which is filled with honey. Now this spoon is called as the honey spoon, and it allows all the honeys to pour down. The honey does not stick as it sticks to the stainless steel. In the second picture, you can see it's a cloth, and the water droplets, they are not being absorbed by this cloth. They are forming a droplets on this cloth. Now this cloth is called as nanotex. You can see in the lower photo, female is running and it's written Aquapel. Now this is a copyright by Nanotex company. This Aquapel has been developed from the same technique as found in the lotus leaf, the same hydrophobicity. So Aquapel, this is a water repellent cloth. It does not allow water to stick to it. In the right top corner, you can see Stowe color Lotusen. Now see this Stowe color Lotusen, Stowe is a German company, and it has developed this wall paint called as Lotusen. This Lotusen is considered as the top 50 discoveries in Germany, top 50. Now this Lotusen employs the same technology as the hydrophobicity found in the lotus leaf. So when the rainwater falls, it does not stick to the wall of the house. So the walls do not get damp. So this Lotusen is, the company Stowe is a German company, and the brand is Lotusen, which is registered by this company. Now this Stowe company has developed another color, Stowe color Climazon. Now it's inside. The first color Lotusen was outside. This is an inside color. In this color, they employ the technology of photosynthesis. When photosynthesis occurs, oxygen is released. Now the photolysis, the same they do here. When you are inside the home, as soon as light falls on this paint, it releases oxygen. So this is again patented by Stowe Color, and their brand here is called as Climazon. Now see, another example of biomimicry. You can see a compound eye of housefly. Now in this compound eye, there are approx 28,000 small ommatidia, and they are all connected by the nerve and they produce an image. So it is like a 180-degree view in this whole eye. Now if two eyes you can put together, it's a 360-degree view. So the scientists, they use the same structure. They made a curved dome-like structure, which you can see in the right-hand side picture. Then they use light emitting diodes, and they connected all the diodes, and all the diodes were connected to a photographic plate. So now this camera, this camera, which has been developed on the basis of the compound eye, can be now used for a 180-degree view of anything. And if two cameras are placed back to back, then it produces a 360-degree view. So another example of biomimicry to produce a camera. Okay, now solar cells. We are all aware of the solar cells. The first, second, and the third generation. The third generation solar cells, which we are now producing, they are dye-based, called as the organic solar cells. Previously, the first and second generation, they were based on silicon. They were the silicon solar cells. Now, the dye-based solar cell, they are much better than the silicon-based cells. Although they produce less electricity in comparison to the silicon photovoltaics, but they require less expensive operation. And dye is a chemical which is natural. So they use natural dyes. But the main problem with these solar cells was that these dye, they used to get used up and they used to get breakdown after a short amount of time. So what was left was a useless square of plastic. So solar cells, this problem with the third generation organic dye-based solar cell was solved again by the green engineering. See, nature provides a solution. As trees, they have an internal vascular system that cycles dyes through a branch network of veins. So when the dye degrades to a point that it is no longer producing any electricity, it is cycled out. You can see in the diagram, there are some red lines. Those red lines, they act as the drain pipes. So when the dye is used up, these pipes, they will recirculate another dye into the same solar cell, and the solar cell will keep on working. So the internal vascular system of plants was used here to supply the natural organic dyes in the solar cells. Now, another important aspect is the robotics and drones. See, robotics, it's a very advancing branch now. And drones, they are used for surveillance. They are used by countries to spy. They are used in your photography. So robotics and drones is now everywhere. In Corona, the robots, they were used for sanitizing. So because no human contacts were needed. So robots and drones with artificial intelligence, they are the future. So to develop drones that fly more effectively, three organisms, they are being studied. Three types of organisms, they are being studied by the scientists. First is the insects, second is the birds, and the reptiles. By using birds, scientists have developed a drone that can take sharp turns. And another important thing is the AquaMav, aquatic micro air vehicle. See, the aquatic micro air vehicle is, you can see in this photo, the right hand side. If you can see my right hand side, there is a bird diving in a water body. Same way, this AquaMav has been prepared. It dives like a bird. It has wings. The wings, they close as they are closing in the bird when it dives. So they close. This AquaMav goes deep into the water body, collects the sample and come back. Or if you need any photograph, it will go into the water body, take a photograph and come back. And then there is a water expeller placed in it. Whatever water has gone into it, it will expel it, and it will fly back like a bird. And this will help us to gain data, to take data from this. So this is an important application on robotics and drones on birds. Now, creating quiet drones. See, the main problem with drones, they are used for spying mostly. If you see the countries, they are spying over each other. Every day we hear in newspaper that a drone from Pakistan came into India. So now the scientists, they want to develop, but they were not. So they saw that owl. Now, owl is a very silent flyer. It catches its prey in a second, and there is no sound of its flying. See, when other birds fly, the air gushes into the wings. When air gushes into the wings, then a sound is produced. But when owl flies, there is no such gushing sound. Now see in the lower part of the photo, wings feather enable near silent flight out. If you see the feathers, there are some serrations coming out. Now these serrations, they form a interlocking. So when they form a interlocking in the wings of owl, they act as a single sheet. So the air is not able to pass and the gushing sound is not produced. So the silent flight of owl is now being used to develop silent drones. Mid-air collision. See, drones and planes, they face mid-air collision. So the avoiding system, they are not foolproof. Now, the scientists in the Queensland Institute of Australia, they studied that the surprising reason why birds never crash mid-air is that they always veer right. So scientists are now developing techniques based on the bird's flight to avoid the mid-air collisions for drones and planes. Now you can see this photograph. Can anyone tell me what is it? What it is? I'm not able to see the responses in the chat. Can anyone tell me what is this? Anyone from the participants? Is this photo visible? Frog robo. Okay, fine. At least I'm getting one response. Okay, no other one wants to reply. Okay, so see the organism they are being used, they are being studied for their flexibility, and the main thing is you have heard about the tree frog, Hyla. So the robotics, they need stability. So the scientists, they are studying about these organisms and they are implementing it into robotics so that the robots which were considered that they were not able to carry out things as human beings or other organism. So the robots, they are being integrated with the natural technology, the nature, the elements which nature has given us. See, this is a T8, the octopod robot. This is a 3D print and you can see the movement. It is powered by Bigfoot inverse kinematic engine. Okay, so this was T8 octopod robot, and the main thing about this robot is stability. See, it's using the same stability as a spider uses. So it has 8 legs, so it's using that stability and it's moving. It's a 3D developed robot. Now, now you can see another picture. It's a rat. Is the rat visible to everyone? Is the rat visible to everyone? I'm not getting responses. I'm not getting responses. Very few responses. So I'm not able to guess whether what I'm telling you people are able to learn or not. But still. Okay, thanks, Ashra, Disha Bhargav. Okay, good, Vivek. Okay, good. People are waking up. So now my question is, since you all are now responding, can you see this rat? And it has whiskers. What's the use of these whiskers? Can anyone tell what's the use of this whiskers? Okay. See, the whiskers, they act as sensory structures. A rat, it's not having a very highly developed cortex. So the whiskers, they are being used by rat for the sensory information around. Now, what if we put these whiskers in a robot? See, the main problem with robot is relying only on vision. Now, if a robot has to be sent on a mission where there is no light, suppose it has to go underground, suppose it has to go on another planet, and it has to study something, then this rat is useful. See how it is. See, this is a scratch bot. It is named as a winning innovation by Popular Science. It's having the whiskers similar to the rat, and this scratch bot is considered as a winning innovation since in robots this is the only robot which is not relying on the sense of vision. It is relying on the sense of touch. So the whiskers, they were placed just like the sensory whiskers of rat, and these whiskers are used for sensation. Now, there are many more of them. I'm not going into the details of these, but I want you to know that, see, in the first picture, it's a bipedal ostrich bot. It's similar to ostrich. See, ostrich is a very fast running bird. It cannot fly. So it has a special mechanics. It can carry a lot of weight on legs. So on the same technique, this bipedal ostrich bot was developed. This is a very important, innovative thing. See, if in right hand side, second photo, it's a snake bot. You can see a head like snake and the body which moves like snake. This snake bot can move into underground holes, take pictures and come back. And it has a night vision camera, so it can come back. In the third lower photo, you can see it's a bat bot. Now it's the same like a bat. It's using the same architecture like a bat, ultrasonic waves and everything. So it's a bat bot. And the third one is bot bird. Birds are being used extensively for these studies. Gecko bot. Now see, Gecko bot is one of very important study. Gecko is a lizard. You can see in the slide, I have given a picture of gecko. Now, if you see the paws of gecko, it has setae. On the setae, there are found 1 million foot hairs, and then there are again 1,000 spatular tips. Every setae has 1,000 spatular tips. Now, let me tell you one very important thing about gecko-inspired robot. A 70-gram gecko can hold a weight of, suppose if I put a gecko and put it on a wall and put weight on it, the 70-gram gecko can hold 130 kilograms of weight. Now that's a very large amount. 70, if you multiply a 70-gram gecko, 100 times it is 70 kg. It's taking double of it. You can see in this video how the gecko limbs are used for developing limbs in robot. Using the fingers, just like us, it's these gecko-like structure, they are helping it to grab food just like humans grab it. And this ability was not present in robots. It used to slip because it's not having these structures. So when the stickiness of the fingers was needed, so the gecko was used. See, it's lifting up. The fingers, they are working. Okay. Now see, this is a spiny worm, another example of biomimicry, Pomphyrus levis. Now this spiny worm, what it does, see in the lowermost part, you see there is a tip. Now this spiny worm, it inserts the tip into the skin. It goes into the skin and then it swells. So the spiny worms puts a spine into the intestine, then it moves into the intestine and then it swells. This way it gets hold of the organism. It's found in fishes. It's a parasite found in fishes. Now on the same way, they have developed a conical microneedle similar to the microneedle of spiny worm. Now these are used as skin patches. Whenever any surgery is done, these skin patches, they are applied. The micro needles, they go into the skin. When they go into the skin, they swell up because it is made of a microacrylate, and due to the mechanical interlocking, thus the area is covered and no sutures are needed. Mamta ma'am, anyone from the organizer, I need to know whether my time is over or shall I continue? Anyone from the organizer? Because I think another speaker would be waiting. Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra is having his... Anyone from the organizer? Shall I continue or is my time over? Okay. Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra, are you online? I don't know. Okay. So I'm continuing. Okay. The next example of bioinspiration is dolphins. See, the same technique, sonar technology, which we read earlier for the ultra keen, has been used to develop sensors for earthquake. Evologics is a company which has patented this technology, and these sensors, they are placed into the ocean. They are even placed into the Indian Ocean, and they can sense waves from thousands of kilometers, any change in the wave pattern, and then they can inform about uh, uh, the earthquakes and the tsunamis. So its application is very useful, and it is main thing is it's reliable. Just like the dolphins, they use echolocation, these evologistic they use. Now, water striders. This is a very common observation. You must have seen water strider on the surface of water. Now, water strider, it's able to walk on the surface. Why? See, in the lower photo, if you can see the microscopic structure of the legs, it has setae on the legs. Now, these hair-like setae, they do not allow the full leg to come in contact with water. So the setae, they come in contact, they are very microscopically connected to the surface of the water. So that surface tension of the water is not disturbed, and the water strider moves on. Now, the same technology has been used in a robot. Now, if you can see the lower left corner, these robots, they can walk on water, and they use the same technology which nature has given to water strider, and these robots, they can now walk on water. Now, another important use of see, all of us heard about the corona vaccine. Now, the vaccines, they need a cold chain to get transferred. This cold chain, if it breaks, the vaccine is destroyed. It's not as effective as it remains in the cold chain. So, anhydrobiosis is a term which these tardigrades, they are also called as water bear or tardigrades, and they show a feature which is called as anhydrobiosis. When they are in active state, they perform all the function, the body is full of water. And when dry conditions arrive, this is called as the tun stage. The tardigrade, when it is present in anhydrobatic state, it is resistant to physical aging. Its body loses water. It can remain up to years in this stage, and when it gets water, it rejuvenates again. So the same technology has been patented by Nova Laboratories and one more laboratory, I'm not remembering its name. So Vitris and Hydris from Nova Laboratories use super glass stabilization to improve long-term vaccine storage, and it's based on the same nature invented technology, the nature invented technology of anhydrobiosis. Now, all of you must be knowing about this mosquito. See, when mosquito bites, okay, this is a question I would like to ask to you people. When mosquito bites, do you feel it when he is biting, or you feel it after when he is biting? He has completed the work. Yes. Do you feel a mosquito bite when the mosquito is biting? Yes, anyone? No. Okay, Mohammed Sadiq saying no. Okay, only one. After the bite. Yes, good. Ishrat Sultana saying after the bite. Hemlata says no, not after biting. Okay, good. Now, why? See, whenever anyone hits you, you feel it. But when a mosquito bites, you do not feel it, and when the mosquito goes away, then you feel it after the bite. Yes, good, Janani, Minakshi Joshi. Okay, after all of you are correct. So, can see this is a model. The proboscis of this mosquito is having a jagged structure, and it's a very microscopic point and a jagged structure. So when it comes in contact with the skin, the jagged structure comes in contact. So it's not coming as a point, it's coming very small points, and then it inserts the proboscis. The same thing has been developed by engineers in IIT Kharagpur and in Japan. They developed micro needles, painless needles. They have a very small 0.2 mm diameter, and they are painless. They employ the same technique which is found in these mosquitoes. Okay, now the shark fin. This is a very old example. You must all be knowing. The shark fin has denticles, which we also call as the placoid scales. The placoid scale, if you see a shark skin, there are no barnacles which grow in it. There is no algae on the skin. Why? Because these denticles, they decrease the drag and turbulence, allowing the shark to swim faster and more quietly. Now, this technique was used in developing swimsuits. If you know Mark Flapp, he used a swimsuit in the Olympics and he won many medals for it. These swimsuits, they have the same denticle structure as found in this shark skin. So these denticles, they decrease the drag and turbulence. So the organism, human being who is wearing this, swim faster and it swims quietly. And this shark skin has found uses in many other things. With this, I'm ending my presentation. And with this thing, if a slug, see, I gave you example of a slug, if you remember, the slug, and it produced a glue-like substance, which is now used for healing the sutures on thin organs, on soft organs like heart, lungs, trachea. So I'm using this. If a slug can help heal a beating heart, we have to believe that between the forest and ocean floor hides unthinkable solution to so much more. Thank you. Any questions you have?
If anyone has any questions, please unmute please raise your hand so that we can unmute from here. I can see so many appreciation for you, Dr. Saxena. Heartiest congratulations to you. I think this is the most interactive session as of now.
Yeah, I tried to get interaction, but it was little bit less as I expected. But still, there were people who were listening and they replied.
Yes.
Although I don't see any questions, but I would like all those who are doing research that they try to get solutions from the nature and try to get these things, because when we have answers from the nature, we should seek questions from there.
So now it's time for the formal vote of thanks to you, Dr. Saxena. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the stirring speech you gave on green engineering, which is quite recent and important topic. And everyone present at the occasion was not only in the awe of your knowledge, but also greatly impressed by your presenting style. Robo frog and robo spiders were so interesting, and your slides amazing. Please do share with us.
Yeah.
And they were very self-explanatory as well. It was great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much from it. I take this opportunity to thank you on the behalf of the entire organizing committee and delegates who are captivated by talk. Thank you so much and hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank
The
you so
pleasure
much.
is mine.
Thank you. Now it's time for the 34th session and the closing address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Satya Prakash Mehra. Dr. Satya Prakash Mehra is a trained environmental development professional with the experience of over 23 years in the field of environmental sciences, focusing on the conservation of natural resources and sustainable development through community mobilization. Achieving the academic degree in environmental sciences, biology, law, human rights, environmental rights, that's very interesting. He is involved in the action-oriented research and advocacy in association with the government organizations, non-government organizations, academia, and consultancy firms. As a guest or the visiting faculty or a resource person, he has delivered his grassroots reactions to a variety of target groups from the student to professionals. He contributed his research work in the form of 150 scientific and popular articles in various journals, periodicals, newsletters, magazines, newspapers, and blogs. His past professional association with Bombay Natural History Society, Mumbai, is the important bird areas program and WWF India in conservation of natural resources were milestones in the foundation of the conservation actions, especially within or nearby human habitation and industries. Presently, he is associated with Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development and Rajputana Society of Natural History in administrative role, working on the principal conservation practices for sustainable livelihood. He developed site-specific, globally applicable socio-ecological models for the entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship was popular, but entrepreneurship is like I'm listening for the first time. Namely, the Abu model, Chakramnagar model, Chambal model. Dr. Mehra executed the actions of managing waste in central India, which was much appreciated in Swachh Bharat mission. The solid waste management through development of the site as tourist spot was exemplified at Nagara, which is Madhya Pradesh, whereas liquid or the waste water management through constructed wetlands, phytoremediation were carried out throughout the India as well as sub-Sahara nations through the Natural Solutions Mumbai. He has been recipient of many awards and honors like Humanitarian Excellence Award 2021, Innovative Principal of the Year Award 2022, Indo-Asian Chris Freeman Distinguished Scientist Award in Environmental Sciences in 2020, HREA Annual Award 2020, GECL Senior Scientist Award 2018, Certificate of Excellence Award 2018, Paryavaran Ratna Award 2017, National RTI Awareness Online Award 2017, honored by SDG VSS Gondia in Environment Field 2017, Young Scientist of the Year 2016, Environmentalist of the Year Award 2015, International League of Conservation Writers Fellow 2015, Urban Habitat Forum Fellow 2009, IHC New Delhi, Young Environmental Conservationist 2008. That was exuberant. I must congratulate you, Dr. Mehra, for such a wonderful biodata and so many awards. Trust me, it's a pleasure to have you here. So I welcome you and I request you to start with your closing address. So the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thanks a lot. I think there is a constraint of timings also. I will try my best to, just deliver what the core aspect I would like to, know this platform, that how we are moving towards the conservation beyond the present modern sciences. So that is what my presentation and my this interactive session, if it is possible, will be there. So I will just start the PowerPoint presentation and
Yes.
let's see if I can complete within time. So
You take your time. It's okay, sir. We are a
Okay.
bit late. It's fine with us. You take your full time, and you have all the time to speak because everyone is waiting for you to speak, and we are here to learn from you.
Oh, that's great, ma'am. Thanks a
So
lot.
please go
Thanks a lot.
ahead with your. You have all the time with you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I think the slides are visible.
No. Yes, now they are.
Perfect. Perfect. So basically, I will be dealing with the customary and indigenous approach towards the conservation.
Pin karna.
So whatever so far we had, as I understood from the complete catalog, that the delivers were mainly of the modern sciences. But in this particular lecture, you will be finding that how our ancient traditional wisdom of very close association, or we can say it's a harmony with the nature, how we simply revived such type of bond and managed to have the conservation of particular target species or habitat or whatever the natural resource which were there in our hand. So a few of the slides will be there, a few of the examples will be there, but I will just present the approach in my first few slides and then the examples. So let's start here with, now see here, we say about the development, whatever we say about the sciences. So this particular slide, which mentioned that what the Varanasi or Banaras or Kashi, whatever name we can say, why I had given this slide, just to present that because right now this particular area, this particular site is very important due to our Prime Minister. This is the constituency of our Prime Minister. That's why it is very important to at least everyone should know where we are going. Is it a development? Is it a development? So you can see it's Stephen Lamke who has very beautifully taken the study of Varanasi. 1822, you can see, you will find that Assi river is there and Varuna is there. And Varuna and Assi, the habitation between this, Varuna Assi, which due to misinterpretation, it became the Banaras. And see, in 1931, when PhD, the Water Works Department were established, what was the scene? And 2002, it has completely changed. Now we can't see this Assi river and we can't see the ghats. The Ghato ka Shahar, Banaras, no more. So if such type of development is taking place, then I'm extremely sorry to check immediately, to rethink of our development models. And this is how we are losing the habitats. And if we are losing the habitats, definitely, obviously, the species related to such type of habitats are completely lost. So if we are losing the green spaces, we are losing the blue spaces, and we are completely transforming them to gray spaces, the concrete cement jungle, definitely we are losing much more species. And that's why the urban biodiversity concept has been recently, taken place for the modern scientists or biologists to work in. So this is very interesting area. This is how, India is projected. But is it so? Is it so? This is the right thing. Why we are showing such type of, thing? Is it a negative or positive? That is different matter. It's a perception of the people. But what is the intention of projecting such type of picture towards the world of India? So that is what we have to think. Now, 3 pillars we know about the environment, social, and economy. So right now, this economy is in the top, and we had just forgotten about the environment. But in India, what was the scene that I will show in further slides. But maintaining these 3 pillars, then only we can achieve the sustainability, and that's why sustainable development goals have been developed. So recently, we are just focusing on 17 sustainable development goals. 2015, which has been given. Earlier, it used to be the MDGs. 7 MDGs were there, which were completely, changed into 17 development goals. And we are having something around 169 targets given by the UN or global community. India has got some 206 plus indicators for achieving those targets and these 17 sustainable development goals. So where, direct wildlife or biodiversity are associated, although 17, all the 17s are interrelated. But especially we can find that SDG 13, 14, and 15, or you can say 14 and 15 are directly related with the life on the land as well as in the water. But climate action in 13, SDG 13, they are having a much more impact on, all the life on earth or water. So that's, we have to think why this is going on, and what are the measures we have to take and how we can do. So again, the work which we did in our particular area, that are the possible solutions where we can, cope up with such type of challenges, and we can work in this direction. And recently, in this decade has been given as ecosystem restoration. So this is the, some part which has been taken by the global community to at least cover up what we are losing. So here also comes the wildlife or biodiversity or whatever the life forms on the earth. So by these particular, 8 SDGs, the community are trying to maintain at least the life forms on earth. And we know about our Indian culture. We know about the sustainable, what has been given by our Indian, at least by, you can see Mahatma Gandhi recently, to whom everyone prays. So here we have to think over the sustainability. So our sustainability model is not dependent on the SDGs. We were dependent, our ancient literature, they already mentioned each and everything. I will not go in the details of each and everything, because these all ancient literature has got somehow relation with the nature, and they have all have mentioned about the how the nature protections are taking place. All these are things. Very quickly, I will just skip all these things. So because this is something different when I go in ancient literature, how they are related with the environmental protection or wildlife protection. All these are the ancient literature which I used when working in the field to revive our ancient harmony between the nature and humans. All these things. So what all these ancient literature says? We says that Indian culture is eco-culture, very compatible to nature. So ancient in Indian environmental ethics are completely dependent on nature, and human used to be the part of that ecosystem. That's why Prakriti Purush concept or man and nature concept, living in harmony, was given. And same is with the Aranya Sanskriti. And we can also mention about the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Every form of life, whole of the earth is one family. So we have to work in this direction. This is what the Indian culture says. Not only Indian culture, as far as my experience concerned with other nations, especially with the African continent or European continent, there also the indigenous communities are having the affinity to nature, and their own indigenous approaches towards nature are very compatible. They are not destroying. So whatever the indigenous laws, whatever the customs, the traditions, the rituals, they are having the eco-compatibility. And that's what we have to again revive, which we lost in last few hundred years. See, in Rajasthan, now I will focus on this Rajasthan. Why? Because we did a lot of work in Rajasthan. So there are many folklores available in Rajasthan, and one of them, Kurja. Kurja is domicile crane. So you'll find a very beautiful songs, very good music, which are related with the natural resources or the biodiversity and components. So this is one of the example which just gives that how our folklores are associated with the nature, and they well represent the conservation activities or conservation practices of our indigenous communities. That is the beauty of our folklores. That is the beauty of our culture or tradition. Similarly, whatever the dances, you can see here two form of dances I had just mentioned in this slide. You will find that snake charmers dance, or the sapera nritya, or the mayur dance, or the peacock dance. So now, see, if you are knowing about the behavior of snakes, then of course you know about the steps of snake dance. And if we are knowing about the displays of peafowls, then this peacock dance is very well known to us, or vice versa. If we are not knowing about the dances, if as a biologist, if you know about the behavior of courtship display of the animals, definitely you can understand the dance formats. So these are simply two examples I had given, but all over India or all over world, wherever you will go, indigenous or traditional dance practices, they are having the affinity with the nature. So that's what we have to learn. So in this platform, if you are in whatever regions you belong to, whatever area or site you belong to, you just assess the folklores, the traditional dance practices, everything, and then while observing that, you will understand that how they are closely associated with the nature, and there comes our compatibility with the ecosystem of that particular area, and how that particular communities, or earlier we can say our ancestors, they beautifully integrated the laws or their rituals or their customs to just protect the surroundings, the ecosystem. That's the beauty. See the fairs. If we mythologically we say that we are having a lot of fairs. Now this is one of the famous fair of Goga Medi or Goga Ji Ka Mela, we can say here. So if you are interested in reptiles, so in this particular fair, you'll find all the reptiles from throughout Indian subcontinent, not only India, but from Indian subcontinent, from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Maldives, or even Pakistan or Burma. You'll find people, they are having somewhere association with the Gogas or Johar Pirji, Kshetrapalji, Tejaji. These are the different names given to that particular deity. So they are offering the reptiles in this particular season of monsoons. Now, why all such fairs of Gogaji or Tejaji or Johar Pirji, such type of deities are having only in monsoon period, they are having the fairs? Because the breeding time of these animals, or you can say how they are coming out in the agriculture fields or habitats, burrowing reptiles, these all are we can understand from such type of fairs. Colonel James Todd, he has very beautifully mentioned about this particular fair also, and he has given the scientific theory that what actually the fair was and how Sampo ke Devta, or you can say this particular Kshetrapalji, are having the association with the reptiles of that area. And we know about the food chain. So you just understand, because many of us are from the biology background, and we know, or even if not from the biology background, from till 10th, we learn about the food chains, food web. So where such type of reptiles play their role, we can better understand how they are taking the prey as the rodent as a prey. What rodents are, whether they are beneficial to our brains or not, everything. Now you just assess or rethink about everything. So see how these pairs are being associated. What were the scientific logics behind such type of rituals that will clearly, we can understand from such type of custom. So this is what we have to think over it. Only thing is that right now, they are somewhat manipulated or altered or transformed due to modernization. So the linkage between actual reasons or logics are somewhere broken. So we can find something different what earlier used to be. So that particular harmony we have to re-establish if we want to work in the direction of conserving such type of wildlife. So that is what our purpose is. We use all these approaches while working in the field. And this is what the sentiments we used to have, we used with the local people. Now see this temple on the left-hand side top, you see that wild cats are there. All type of wild cats are there. So we sensitize the people about the wild cats. What type of wild cats? Is it a cheetah? Is it a lion? Is it a tiger? Is it a leopard? Or what are the basic differences? So present communities, whether they are associated or no, they are knowing this, they are treating these wildcats as their enemy or friend. All such type of bondings we are just working. And similarly, in the right hand side, you see this is one of the hawk temple, Garud temple. Only 2 in India. No other deities are there. Deity itself is hawk. So Garud temple completely dedicated to the accipiters. Now, why the accipiters are being praised? So this is again the stories. So this is how we, connect the linkages or the bonding of our ancestors or the indigenous communities and revive their harmony with the nature and work in the direction of, conservation. So all these approaches are very important, because whatever we learn in our theory, in the field, it's completely different. There, the conservation practices, we have to customize, or we have to learn about the social dynamics, their cultural ethics, and then only we can, successfully just work out in direction of the conservation of natural resources or the wildlife. Now see, this is one of the scene why I had given here Prakriti and Purush. Now very small family is here. They are very happily living life. Gulf Raksh, we all know, this is one of the Kumbhalgarh area where we can find. And this family, they are very happy living family. They live in very minimal resources. That's why this families has been simply pictured here. When we interviewed what they need, they simply said that their needs are completely fulfilled by the nature. And that is the beauty of the indigenous communities. And that is how, if we are very close to nature, everything will be fulfilled. Until unless we are not moving towards the fulfillment of our greed. That has what been mentioned by Mahatma Gandhi also in earlier slide. Already I had shown that. Now see, this is our ecocentric culture. This is the culture of India. And how beautifully EPG has stated how India values such type of biodiversity. This is what is our culture. But unfortunately, we are moving away from our eco-cultural ethics, and we are doing something different. This is how we say that our ancient shlok verses or mantras, they are having the association with the development or origin of the species. So all these pictures, they are the original pictures taken by me in Europe. So this is not from India. Europeans are conducting a lot of research on how the mantras, shlokas, or Indian, verses, they are having impact on development or origin or evolution of the ecosystem. So they beautifully, presented the completely dedicated museum on how the universe is being evolved from Om. So in India, we have to rethink that what is the importance of our culture, and we have to work in this direction, if really we want to do something. Now see, one very great example. Modern biologists, there is a very great conflict between present day biologists. They say that the known species is somewhat around 1.67 million. And they projected that the species number could be more than 1.67 million, and that could be somewhat near to 6.5 million. But one geographer, social scientist, mentioned that no, it could be 8.7 million, not the 6. See, biologists are saying that they projected that there might be the 6.5 million, but we know only 1.67 million. Yani abhi in Hindi I will say 16 lakh species को ही हम जानते हैं, और 65 लाख स्पीशीज कहते हैं कि मॉडर्न बायोलॉजिस्ट, जीव विज्ञानी कहते हैं कि 65 लाख स्पीशीज होनी चाहिए, लेकिन सोशल साइंटिस्ट कहते हैं नहीं, ये बहुत बड़ी, इससे भी ज्यादा हो सकती है और 87 लाख के करीबन हो सकती है. लेकिन ये क्यों कह रहे हैं इन्होंने? ये why, from where they statistically enumerated that there might be some 8.7 million species, that I will show in our next slide. See here, this is what it has been mentioned in our ancient literature. 84 लाख योनियों से गुजरना पड़ेगा, तब जाके you will get the human, this particular whatever हम कहते हैं कि ये human का, मानव का जो जन्म है वो इससे आएगा. And see how they classify. So we have to again research on our ancient literature rather than going in past 200, 300 years literature which has been developed by the Western scientists. Why not we should work in the direction of Vigyan, Vijnan, the pure knowledge? We should work in that. Why only the sciences, which is very young in front of the Vigyanan? So that's the motto of our working towards the conservation, and we are working in this direction. So earlier when we were working as a scientist, then definitely the people were away from that. When we started working in the direction of Vigyanan or Vijnan, or customary sciences, our own indigenous form of studies, and then we started our success in our conservation programs in Rajasthan. This is a live thing. I'm not mentioning from the books. All these are from my practical experiences, which I am showing here to all the audiences here. And I will not go in our Indian scriptures what they had given. So you can well understand about the lokas and everything. Some other time we'll discuss about all these things, where what they are giving about the nature and what they are mentioning about the biodiversity. And this is the dedicated website by the Indian government on this sacredness of whatever the groves are there. So what we did, this is my now, this is for the learners. If the young researchers are there in this particular platform, then what we have to do, we have to explore the opportunity. And then our own skilling as well as the target stakeholders where we want to work, then only we can achieve our target of conservation of wildlife or biodiversity, whatever we can mention. So identification of the potential field of the work as per the need of target, not of yours. You have to first skill yourself. We say that learning the books or taking the degrees, post-graduation degree or PhD degrees or graduation degree, it's more than enough. I'm sorry. Because simply taking the degrees and executing the success in the field, they are the different parts. ये कहना चाहिए कि दो किनारे हैं ये रिवर के जो कभी मिलते नहीं हैं. So that's why it's my kind request to all the audiences or participants, please field, आप अपना knowledge केवल इतना रखिए कि yes, you know about the basics of the biodiversity or the traits, but while going in the field, you have to identify as per the customized approach there, the customary, the social dynamics, the cultural activities, what the people or the target stakeholders need. So according to their need, we have to work. So India has got a very good potential. We are running towards the smart cities. Why not towards the smart villages? That's what we have to think over it. We are having a much more large potential, almost 6.4 lakh. We are having villages with us, and only 8,000 something the towns or cities with us. So you are having large potential in village area. If we can protect the village, and village still we can find the customary or such type of indigenous approaches towards the conservation. There the heritage are still being protected through their rituals, through their tradition. The only thing is that they are somewhat manipulated with the modern influences. That only we have to revive, or we have to reshape if we want to achieve some good result. And the potential in India, I will not go in all these things because you all are well knowing about all these things. You learn in your particular courses also. You know about the Vishnois, how the complete religion is having somewhat 11 of their principles are directly related with the environment and protection. So what actually we do? We skill the local resident as well as the youngsters and link the formal education, whatever the education they are taking, irrespective of the streams, whether they are from the scientific background or from social science background, from commerce background or some other fields. So we simply link their own field, their own formal education with the applied aspect. So that is our first focus when we launch our particular action in the field. Then we simply raise the awareness about the local natural heritage, because small documentation of the small area or that particular target area or site in terms of constitutional, financial or legal, everything, because while working in the wildlife, definitely we have to be very much concerned about the scheduled animals and the Wildlife Protection Acts. Then only we will be able to protect them from the modern laws. And this is how we link the local communities with the international platforms or such type of approaches, modern approaches, which are there for the conservation practices. See, all these are the networks where even you can join. It's a free of cost. You can join all these networks. And these all are your interested platforms where anyone can join without any payment or subscription fee. And all the students can join here, share their experience, learn from the international communities, and put their views about it is beyond your formal education. So this is how we make the local people join, and even the villagers, they are the part of such type of networks throughout world. Like this local action with a global vision, we just formulate while executing our approaches. This is our national networks or some treaties. See, in third point, these are the very important volunteer networks where everyone can join. The government body, it's WCCB, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. You can join this, but before that joining, you have to go under some screening. So that you have to complete the formalities. So here you can join, and ERN WTI network, it's NGO. Here also you can join and you can contribute towards the biodiversity conservation or wildlife protection. You can join these two platforms. So after taking such approach, see, in one sentence, nature-based community-owned sustainable tourism. We linked each and everything with such type of tourism just for the revenue generation as well as not dependency on the single visitor. So we are having a lot of scope, lot of open doors for the revenue generation. That's how we link the local employment with our conservation programs. So mobilization of the local mass through biodiversity register. So recently the CPD, which has been already, the act is there, 2002 Biological Diversity Act, and in 2006 again it has been revised. And recently, so today we are moving towards the Wagad area just to attend the same type of sensitization program with the Forest Department of Rajasthan. So Rajasthan Biodiversity Board, they are conducting a workshop. So tomorrow there is workshop in Wagad area, Dungarpur, then it is in Banswara, and then in Pratapgarh on the same laws. So if you are knowing about the Biological Diversity Act, then definitely you should know about the biodiversity register. Biodiversity register, how they are maintained, all the information or knowledge which are somehow linked with the natural resources, especially the life forms, they are involved. Even the customs, the rituals, the traditions, everything are being documented in this particular act. And biodiversity management community at local level, whether it is the rural or the urban, so these all they have to maintain. So you can be the part of that particular committee in your area. The only thing is that you have to know about BMCs, how they are formed. You should know about the BDA, Biological Diversity Act. Then only you will be able to be the part of this particular movement. So this is very small initiative which has been taken in one of the small village, Sagwada of Dungarpur. The butterfly fair, first of its kind of fair in Rajasthan about the butterfly. So butterfly fair, it took place there in 2018 and sensitized the youngsters. And within this particular site, Mr. Mukesh Pawar, who has simply discovered one of the new species of butterflies from this village. And now the new species for even the world. So see, in village area, he developed the same thing. So everyone can do in his or her area or site. No need to go in some particular renowned names. For example, if you say that if you work in the field of birding and you should go in Kevladev National Park, then only your particular passion for bird life will be projected. No, I'm sorry for that. If you are interested in wild cats or mammals, you should visit the area of Ranthambore. Then only there will be the tamka on you that yes, now you no. That is not at all required. The only thing is that if you well document, simply maintain the diversity of your particular unit, whether it is a village or even the municipal body, then see what miracle you can do. You can simply identify the species. Just now I already mentioned that known species is only 1.67 million, but there are a lot of ample of scope to simply identify more new species. So that is what you can do, all of the participants from their particular areas. These are the young naturalists, young wildlifers, small kids from the village areas. They are not from the biological background. They are not having the graduate degrees like you. गांव के बच्चे 10वीं पढ़ लिए 12वीं पढ़ लिए उसके बाद they left their studies, but today they are the champ in their particular villages because they know the biodiversity with the name. of their particular rural areas. So simply these all are being trained, skilled, and now they are playing crucial role in maintaining the biodiversity of their areas. That is what required by you all young talented people, all the scientists, the intellectuals of this platform. So this particular workshop, which are focusing on giving the training or imparting training to all of you, you need to fulfill each and everything. Field work is completely different from what you learn from there. See, even I am giving you simple what we apply, but in your field, definitely you can customize or you can change. That's why whatever the models we develop, they are site specific and change as per the need of the site. So that is very important. This is how we sensitize young kids to age-old people. They all are, even from the formal education, from nature camping and everything. But these all are old pictures and these all are continued. Today, many of the young chaps, they had made their career in this particular wildlife conservation field. So this is how we executed our work. And today, many of them, they are the part of our team also and doing wonderful works in their particular areas throughout Rajasthan. See, this is how the formal education are being linked with the practical or grassroots level actions. So earlier we used to be the hardcore scientists, but today we reformed. We are focused on community, what they require, and then we got the result of our conservation practices. This is what very quickly the examples I will show you. Conservation practices for sustainable livelihood. This is what the principle behind all these things. Already I had mentioned documentation. All these are the documentation, scientific documentation. This is at individual level. This is the Rajputanas Shakuntalam, our own biodiversity hub, very close to Kerala National Park. So here, how we reformed each and everything, how we changed the ecosystem or environment which was not compatible for particular humans, how we reformed from the same ecosystem revival format. We had not used the mechanized approach. This is simply the remediation taken from nature, means the natural solution for the challenges which we face in this particular area. This is what the diversity of this small hub. It's just a 50,000 square feet area which has been well developed, and we are having over 150 species of plants. We are having 134 species of birds in this particular small campus. Somewhat around 20 birds are nesting in this particular campus. We are having 13 types of, now it has been increased. This is again old data. We are having 10 types of snakes in this particular campus, some 5 types of lizards, and 2 types of, one turtle and tortoise. They are here. And similar, and all these are natural. It is not that we trapped or we caught from some nature and then released in this particular habitat. It is simply we transform which was not there to the natural form. That we did simply. So this is how we developed the small biodiversity hub. And see, this is a few photographs from the same campus. You can find here a lot of varieties. This is how the people are coming, the youngsters, and even we are having a very good association with the European researchers. They are coming there to learn how we use the customary actions or the indigenous approaches towards the conservation or environment protection. This is how the interactive sessions we conduct at that particular site. And they learn from there. They also share their examples, their indigenous approaches, and that is what the interactive sessions we conduct live at that. So you can also, do at your particular areas. This is how the entrepreneurship, which I had mentioned about the enviropreneurship. So enviropreneurship is what we develop. So enviropreneurship, again, we coined different terms, for example, agropreneurship. So agriculture biodiversity is something very important. So even in agriculture, you will find a lot of biodiversity. If you go in Haryana or Punjab, you'll find that diversity is lost. Why? Because they are using heavy pesticide and chemical in their field. But if you go in Madhya Pradesh, you will find a lot of biodiversity. If you visit the area of tribal belt in Rajasthan, you will find a lot of diversity. That is how we have to maintain. So agropreneurship is very important. Just revival of the organic or natural farming and protecting our agriculture biodiversity. Similarly, we are having womenpreneurship. So womenpreneurship is something which are taking the raw materials from the field and creating the artifacts. So in the modern form, we will say artifacts, but earlier that these all were the utilities for the families. So now they are well taken. So how we link the women with their economics, and we develop the womenpreneurship programs and soilless culture, bonsai or hydroponics or aquaponics or aeroponics. All these are the environpreneurship which we developed from this particular center. This is how we managed. So this is a natural water management. It's very quickly I will show how we developed this particular biodiversity height. This is all the water management. Not a single drop is going out from this particular campus. All the water from the rain, every drop is being conserved in this particular field. Even the grey water they are being simply again made in usable form through phytoremediation and simply charged to the groundwater. So all these mechanisms were there in our field. We developed. See, this is how the grey water is being again made in reusable format. So recharging of the ground through grey water using the principle of reed bed system or natural wetland or constructed wetland natural treatment system. These are the different terms which are given to the wastewater management things. See, this is how it has been developed. The greenery in this area, photograph itself say earlier what the photographs are saying, and lower you can see what the photographs are giving. So you can identify that how the green patch has been developed. At the community level, the very important area is Abu model. Mount Abu, we all know. So green munia population, green munia, or we can say Amandava formosa, it is now red data species. Earlier, it used to be very common. It is one of the bird which is only found in the Indian subcontinent. So today they are the population is blinking, going down or almost down. So till 1990, mid 90s, it was abundant in Rajasthan. Then after 96, no record were there. Only few pockets, especially on Mount Abu, were there to have the population. When we started our work in 2002-3, we simply quantified that there are somewhat around 300 to 400 numbers, individuals. And then we used the same approach, what I had already explained to you. Chalat Musafir Moliore Pinjre Wali Munia. You know about the Tisi Kasam, Raj Kapoor's very beautiful song, which represent the beauty of this particular small bird. So we use the same, our traditional approach, our local folklore. This song is very, very well, sung by the UPians or Bihari people, the communities in their streets. So where these birds are, where now we can see these birds. So these are the birds. And what is the result right now? Using the same approach which I explained. See, this is what? Countings are going on. What we did is that the trappers, we used their natural talents. They used to trap the bird. They used to sell a single pair in rupees 50 in 2003-4 when we started our work there. So the market was in Ahmedabad, where the same pair was sold in rupees 500, and that nexus was linked to Mumbai, where the pair was sold to rupees 5,000, and the same pair in the international markets for rupees 50,000. But as per the Wildlife Protection Act, the victim were definitely the lower community people. So what we did, we transformed them into the saviors. Their talent was there. We only value added their knowledge. कहते हैं ना कि दाल में तड़का लगा दिया और दाल को एक तड़का दाल बना दिया. That's what we did. Nothing else. Nothing else. We did nothing. We used the simple traditional approach. और आज result is over 2,000 individuals from 10 sites which are there, are sampling site where the regular monitoring is going on. But Forest Department claims that over 6,000 individuals are now, और हो सकती है उसमें, because their claim is appropriately right, correct. Because पहले ये encounter बहुत कम होती थी, अभी you can go there in Abu, you can find this. And our team, which used to have only 100 rupees per day they are started earning 500 per hour in 2007. So 3 years it took to transform from creepers to saviors. Today they are the saviors, they are the protectors. And see the result, how the administration, they had taken this example. Now for all the Sirohi people, this is their pride. उन्होंने अपना मैस्केट लिया है 2019 में. They had taken this bird as their pride of the Sirohi district. 2019 election, इस bird को ही इन्होंने ले लिया. So Dr. Solanki साहब, now he is retired IAS. He is pro environmentalist, or we can say very great bird lover. So he took this particular step and simply, framed this thing. So today, the whole we are completely out from the scene. We the scientists, जो हम बोलते हैं ना scientists, we are out from the frame. Today, the local people, they are protecting the bird. Our purpose has been solved, and they are earning. So likewise, we did. Another model is Bharatpur, but here the story is different. So in Bharatpur, see, in Kevladev National Park, green patches are there. So these are the villages where we intervene. So here the issue was something different. So we took the cluster approach, and we took the help of CSR fund, because here some construction or structural interventions were also taken place. So there the issue was water scarcity. So losing the water, flood prone area became the drought prone area. Kevladev was going down, and in 2007, when I got the opportunity to move from Mount Abu to Bharatpur, just because it was going out, it was being de-notified. There was a talwar thi unke sir pe out hone ka. At that time, when we found that what is the basic issue. So here comes the development approach. So we found that there is water, which is the issue between conservation. So we took the water as our prime focus, and then we started work. Since I have got some limitations, I have to work as per the wildlife area. So I was focused on Kevladev National Park, but the sister organization, Rajputana Society of Natural History, they were free. So they used these funds, and they started intervening. See, this is what we did. How we mobilize the people. The lower part is giving the scientific data, because we also maintain the scientific documentation. Photographic documentation is also there, and scientific data are also being done. So that's how, for the scientific community, we present the data or statistics. But for the general public, or for sensitization part, or for training program, we use simple such type of approaches. How we did, say, because theory you can learn, and you will find each and everything, all these aspects, how you go. So we don't want to again repeat such type of approaches. That's why I'm just giving you very fastly. So this is one of the important another model. So Chakramnagar is the same one of the model. We sensitize the people, mobilize them, and then we took the commitment from them. How we took? We took all the age sections, all the genders, all the age groups, and from different approaches. I will not go in the details that what approaches we took, but a small story you will find in our scientific papers. So there you can find how we brought the common mass for the conservation aspect, and how resolving their own challenges, giving the solutions for their challenges, and we brought them on the track of conserving their natural heritage. See how we mobilize. From one village, several village people, all these people, now that particular Chakramnagar village, they are the mentors of other villages. Structural interventions, I will not go in the engineering details or technical details, but this is very important for our biodiversity people or wildlife. So then when old people realize that what they lost, they start again replanting the indigenous species. Even the bacha parties, the children parties, they started doing the same thing. And the women group, already I mentioned about the women entrepreneurship. So this is what the program which we started, and today it is one of our successful program which has been adopted by even the government of India as one of the model, the UN one of the model to have reviving our age-old practices just for economic empowerment of the communities. See the local governance, how they want that now this should be placed just for the sailing. So demand is very high, production is very low, because they know that what they lost from their local natural things. From this COVID, They learned that with their traditional practices, now they had been sensitized. Now see, from the left-hand side, you will find the traditional mechanical approach of developing some new approaches of their earning. But in right-hand side, they use the modern techniques, modern machineries. And see, in the pandemic area, we proudly say that in our area of Bharatpur, no one was affected due to this pandemic. They were having a lot of ample of scope of their whatever they learned from Mother Nature, and scope of masking the world. So on the right hand side, this is one of the advertisement brochure, and these women, they sold a lot of masks in this particular COVID period. This is how we transformed from this particular challenge, we converted to the opportunities. So this is what we have to do it. So conservation is not a single term focusing on one particular format. Integrated manner we have to develop. And if you find that this is the natural skills or the opportunity in your area, you just encash it, because our focus is to conserve the natural heritage. And the common mass or stakeholders or beneficiaries, their approach is just to get the bread and butter for their surveillance. That is what is required. So mutual win-win approach, if it is taken, definitely we will achieve our goal of conserving natural heritage. And everything already I mentioned, everything has been scientifically documented. So these websites, I will share this particular slideshow with the organizer if anyone is interested to have this. So these particular website, you can go there and you can see how one particular point click and we simply transformed whole of the community in the conservation actions. This is the dedicated website, sahapedia.org. So all such type of conservation program, you can find the directly on sahapedia.org. Also, a few of the articles and video clips, how the communities, especially with conservation, they had been working in this particular area. Similarly, Dholpur model is very important. See, this was the thing. Simple, it was the nala of 2 to 3 hours in the monsoon period. We simply structurally intervened and developed one of the underground bunding. Upper ground, you will find only as per the Supreme Court law orders. There are only 2 meters height, but underground it's 7 meters deep down. Just checking the underground water and making the water available horizontally to the ravine area, which lost their vegetation. And see what happened. We revived this nala. Now this is 11-month river. And if the standing water is there, water is being retained, definitely the horizontal movement, percolation is naturally taking place. And how the complete picture is being changed. So whole of this terrain, 4,000 hectare area are being now taken as climate change adaptation approaches, just to mitigate the climate change, the microclimatic conditions, or greening the ravines through the indigenous species. This is how it is going on. And how the people are taking pain. See, this is, everything is there. How these all pictures were taken from drones. So this is, and this is what the simple quantitative measure of recently, which has been the check dam, which and how the complete this work, it has been given to or handed over to the community. See the community ownership from single-handed to the community. This is how we do everything on the papers and documentation, so that at least everyone everything should be transparent and scientifically well properly arranged and documented. But the work is not stopped. Now again the people are coming there. They are seeing, see how the water conditions are now coming out. Earlier the women used to have matka on their head. Today bacha parties are taking these water wheels, 50 liters of water. Khel khel mein bacche these water wheels, pani ka paiya, they used to bring. So women are now free to involve themselves in some other social activities. This is how the digital movement took place. So it is the integrated model, the Dholpur model, from that particular challenge to completely transforming the communities. See how we are encouraging the bacha parties or the future generations. This is completely, it has been mentioned through in the words, whatever I had see how the bacha parties are taking the pain of simply adopting a plant. This is how they are simply reviving their ravines. See how the sensitization is going on, and the techniques which are being used to simply maintain these plants, saplings. So they are also being awarded. जो healthy जिनका भी adopted plant है उन बच्चों को हर साल award मिलता है. And this is at the corporate level. We develop the green bag, reed bag system or green development. Simply wastewater is being converted to the usable format of water. So here also the biodiversity is being protected through all such. I will not go in the details right now because we know that we are running out of the time. So these all some other time I will just let you know. But all these are the examples, and you can live see because it has been mentioned everywhere from where these projects were executed and what is the capacity. This is what the African, which was completely under us, and how we were developing the forest areas after having the reed bed system. So reed bed system through wastewater development. So petrochemical chemical industries were there, and wastewater you can see in the left hand side top corner what was the water and how the biodiversity was maintained after simply making the water again in the reusable format. This is again the wastewater, waste site development. So in 2018 Swachh Bharat Mission, it was awarded first prize. See how the site was developed to the biodiversity hub here. It is in Nagda, Ujjain, very close to that on the highway. So that was completely from our work here. So we executed the same thing, and local governance, they simply implemented whatever the suggestions and planning, designing given by us. So simply what needs to be done? Integration of indigenous and traditional knowledge in policy measures for any intervention. That is what the basic theme behind my presentation, and this is what we have to take from this particular presentation to all the participants. So thanks to everyone, thanks to the organizer to giving me opportunity just presenting my work here. So over to you. If you are having any questions, please, you can just over to you, audiences. Any question? From my side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mehra. Thank you, Dr. Mehra. Anyone has a question, please raise your hand so we can unmute you from here. But I can see so much of appreciation still. Trust me. Dr. Mehra, you and me is connected through a common link, Dr. Reena Mathur, right? She has introduced me to you. Yeah. I will be thanking her very much that we are connected. It's a pleasure knowing you.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I know Professor Mathur ma'am, she has helped us a lot, and how she is encouraging the youngsters that I know. Yes. Really.
Yeah. There's so much of appreciation I can see, like it's wonderful, it's amazing, like so many appreciation for you. If anyone has a Guru Sekharan has raised the hand, please unmute her. Dr. Sekharan, we have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself from there. Dr. Sekharan.
Yeah, presentation will be shared to Dr. Mamta ma'am. Very, I think I will be moving towards some traveling is there. So tomorrow morning I will be sharing to Mamta ma'am, and definitely you will get from ma'am.
Dr. Jaswinder Sandhu has raised the hand. So unmute Dr. Sandhu. Dr. Sandhu, please unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I was trying to unmute myself, but it was to be done by you. Anyway.
We did that.
Thank you.
Hello.
Dr. Mehra, it was wonderful.
Sir, please, I could
not. You can't hear me?
I could not able to hear your question. If there is question, please again repeat it.
I will. I'm just appreciating your effort, and it's very well documented, whatever you're doing. And actually, I used to be assistant professor of wildlife in Punjab Agriculture University. I had started talking to my students about this indigenous knowledge, cultural knowledge about wildlife over there, and I used to give them those questions for making reports from their area.
Muskan, usko likho PPT मांगने, then we'll be giving them PPT soon. Yeah,
Pardon
Dr.
me?
No, go ahead, Dr. Sandhu.
But there are funny things also going on, especially in Rajasthan. I read in newspaper that one of the justices, he said, peacock doesn't have sex with the peahens. Those kind of things also have to be clarified by guys like you or any other wildlife, because these things create confusions among young people, because elders know, they just laugh at it, but young people have to be made aware of such things. What do you think of those things, though?
Sir, you are right. Basically, when we come across, because, when working with the community, we can't directly, negate them, because we are working in the development sector. So we have to sensitize them. We make them realize that what actually the correct form is and the wrong, what their perception is. So likewise, we do our approach, because if directly negating their approaches, there is conflict, and we don't want to, shatter their sentiment. So keeping all the sentiments in mind, then simply making them realize that whether your particular perception is the correct or the wrong. So easily then they come to know, okay, till date we were wrong or right to this particular fact, or whether this is a fact or this is simple mythology or simply our perception. So likewise, we make them sensitized. This is our approach with the people.
Thank you.
Anyone else to raise the hand? Else, I will move. Sir, there is a project you have undertaken that is close to your heart, extremely satisfying. Someone has written that for you, Dr. Satya Prakash Mehra. Another compliment. So now, formal vote of thanks. You can hear me? So, Dr. Mehra, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the stirring speech you gave us. You spoke on customary and indigenous laws in conservation. The slides were very, very pretty and self-explanatory. Paintings were also amazing. You also said that how humans and nature used to live in commensalism in the past, and our god and deities somehow had some connect with the nature. And they should, and there should be in harmony between humans and the environment. Yes, I do know about Vishnois because I've spent some years of my life in Bikaner. So I do know about this Vishnoi community and how much they are nature loving. This also I know. And you have connected locals in the youth with the environment conservation. And Hari Munia, Mera Naam poem बहुत सुंदर थी. किसी ने नहीं पढ़ी पर मैंने उसे पूरा पढ़ा था. Everyone present here at the occasion was not only in the awe of your knowledge, but also greatly impressed by your presenting style. It was as if we are just doing a simple conversation. I think you have taken this skill from Dr. Reena Mathur, aren't you? I have. She has been my teacher in BSc and MSc both. So it was a great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much out of it. I take this opportunity to thank you on the behalf of our entire organizing committee and delegates who were captivated right off. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मैं ऐसी आशा करती हूँ कि फ्यूचर में भी हम मिलते रहेंगे और इस तरह की कन्वर्सेशंस आपके मेरे बीच में और हम सबके बीच में होती रहेंगी और हम इस पर्यावरण को बचाने की जो अभियान हम लेके चले हैं हम उस पूरा कर सकेंगे. Thank you so much. So my dear friends, finally the grand finale. We are on the valedictory session. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. Life is love, enjoy it. Sai Baba said it so rightly. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your creator, another golden opportunity to complete what we are unable to finish yesterday. Be a self-starter. Let your first hour set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never happen again in our lives. On the behalf of our patron and principal and from the organizing committee, we, Dr. Mamta Sharma, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the valedictory session of the International Short-Term Training Program, ISTTP 1, with a chosen topic on recent advances in environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation, a 7-day training program which is held from 22nd to 28 March 2022 in the campus of Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC. A hearty welcome to you all. Now, in the series of environmental pollution disasters, today we are talking about the 7th one, the Chernobyl Russian nuclear power plant explosion. On the April 26, 1986, tests were conducted in the nuclear reactor 4 of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in Ukraine, located 80 kilometers from Kyiv. These tests required part of the security system to be shut down. Errors in the reactor design and errors in the judgment of the personnel of the power plant caused cooling water to start boiling. This caused reactor stress, resulting in the energy production increases to 10 times the normal level. Temperatures reached to 2000 degrees centigrade, causing the fuel rod melting and further cooling water boiling. Extreme pressures in the cooling water pipe resulted in cracks, which caused steam to escape. At 1:23 hours in the middle of the night, the escape steam caused an explosion, slamming of the roof of the building, starting a major fire, simultaneously forming an atmospheric cloud containing approximately 185 to 250 million curies of radioactive material. I will repeat once again, 185 to 250 million curies of radioactive material just in our environment. Fire and explosion instantly killed 31 people on the site. 2 days after the explosion, the Swedish National Radio reported that 10,000 times the normal amount of cesium-137 existed in the atmosphere, prompting Moscow to officially respond. Following the day, over 135,000 people were evacuated from within the 30-kilometer radius of the accident. This area was labeled as a special zone. The evacuation of the special zone was permanent, as the high levels of radioactivity has been predicted to exist for several centuries. It's not hours, it's not days, it was several centuries. So it's a barren. No human can go there, no life exists there. The radioactive cloud was blown north and northeast by wind, causing the first mention of the accident to be after radioactivity measurements in Sweden. The cloud covered a large area in Europe. On May 2nd, the cloud even reached the Netherlands, causing the fresh fruit and vegetable consumption to be prohibited. There are many estimates concerning the number of victims that suffer from the symptoms induced by the radiation. Reliable data is still lacking. The World Health Organization stated that approximately 8 lakh people have worked on fire extinguishing, restoring the reactor, cleaning up pollution in the first year after the accident. These people only remain in the area for a short period of time to prevent health problems. Ukrainian government figures out and shows that more than 8,000 Ukrainians have died as a result of the exposure of radiation during the first cleanup operation. It is stated that the eventual death toll resulting from the nuclear explosion ranges from 30 to 3 lakhs, and many unofficial sources put the toll over 4 lakhs. The people that have lived in Chernobyl area during the accident suffer from various health problems immediately following the accident. Hundreds of people were diagnosed with radiation sickness, particularly in Belarus. There was a dramatic increase in the number of thyroid cancers that was increased by 2.4%, and leukemia was increased by 100%. Imagine the leukemia cases were multiplied by 100%. Children of Chernobyl victims suffer from birth defects, 250% increase. I will repeat, 250% increase, causing cancer and heart diseases. Approximately 64% of the Ukrainian children under the age of 15 suffering from cancer live in the most contaminated areas. Genetic defects often result in mutations causing missing limbs. The extraordinary increase in the number of these illnesses can be associated with the exposure of the population to the aggressive radioactive particles released by Chernobyl explosion. 4 dangerous substances were released which were not identified as such by our bodies. We are so naive that our body cannot even identify them. We are so naive. Plutonium is recognized as iron by the body and distributed in the bloodstream. It causes cancers, blood disorders. It has a half-life of 24400, 24,400 years, and will be present in 30 kilometer of the radius of Chernobyl site for so many centuries. I leave the question to you all. I don't have to explain this to you. You all are learned scientists. Cesium-137 is mistaken for the potassium. Our body cannot identify cesium. वो ये समझती है कि ये potassium है, and is absorbed by the muscles. Iodine-131 is not recognized. It is a radioactive substance and is therefore absorbed by the thyroid gland because our body thinks it's iodine. It causes thyroid cancer, particularly in the children between 0 to 18 years old. The operation can save the children, but a scar known as Belarusian necklace marks them as the Chernobyl victim forever. Strontium-90 is recognized by the body as a calcium and causes leukemia upon distribution throughout the bone structure. I don't have to explain this again to you all, that we are so naive. Our bodies are so vulnerable and we are exposing ourselves to radioactive materials. I leave the question to you all. Government is a reason estimate that up to 7 million people were affected by the accident. 4 years after the accident, 620,000 Soviets were already under permanent observation for the symptoms and the effect of the radiation poisoning. The number of individuals that will ultimately be affected by Chernobyl disaster has been estimated as high as 11 times that of the cancer deaths expected from combined 1945 bombings of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Today, it is believed that over 4 million people in Ukraine, Belarus, and Western Russia still live on the contaminated ground. And they are going to do this for centuries. All Chernobyl-related health effects and the fear of death from the radiation have resulted in mental defects in the children. And suicide rates were increased by 1,000% in the area. Fear of unknown kills us. We just saw a small COVID-19 and we say 1%, 2%, 3% increase in suicides. But imagine when I'm talking about Chernobyl disaster, the suicides were increased by 1,000%. My dear friends, 1,000%. I will not explain this as well. After the explosion, reactor 4 was wrapped in a concrete sarcophagus on November 1986 to protect the area. After some time, other 3 reactors were running again. In 1989, the construction of the 5th and the 6th reactor was abandoned. There was some discussion going on about the safety of sarcophagus of the reactor 4. On the long run, this would not be very solid construction, and according to many, it must be replaced immediately. We know that this replacement must be carried out soon because the reactor has begun to leak the radiation. When I'm talking to you one-on-one and I'm saying things is this, there in Ukraine, that reactor is leaking. My dear friends, we all are environmentalists. The reactor is still leaking. Trust me. Holes and the fissures in the structure now cover 1,000 square meters. These cracks and the holes are further exacerbated by the intense heat inside the reactor, which is still over 200 degrees Celsius. The replacement of sarcophagus is very costly. Operation and is therefore still under discussion. I'm talking to you, I'm discussing it to you. Might be Putin and other people are also discussing, but the radiations are still leaking there. So it is very uncertain if there is even a construction method that would guarantee a permanent protection from the large bulk of radiation still present in the remains of the reactor 4. That's disastrous. So I leave the question to you all, my dear friends, that this kind of nuclear weapons and nuclear power, do we need that? That we are polluting our environment and we are killing ourselves slowly? Do write your views to me on envtoxicol@gmail.com or Dr. Mamta@envtoxicol.com. I would love to have a dialogue with you all good people. But do think when you go to sleep in the night today, promise me that you are going to think about Chernobyl disaster. The only way forward we are going to improve the quality of the environment is to get everybody involved. One single person or one single country cannot save the environment. It should be collaborative effort. That's what we learned from Chernobyl disaster. Now it's time for the valedictory address to be given by our patron of ISTTP 1 and principal of Raj Rishi College, Alwar, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji. Something about him, this is how I explain him as a leader. A great leader has the ability to inspire the action through proper guidance and mentorship and uses his knowledge to educate others along the way. A great leader also practices what they preach, also going the way. This means that they usually have good and strong values and they act congruently with what they say they believe in. Showing the way implies leadership through edification and not through micromanagement. RRC is blessed to have him as the head of the institution, and he is the driving force behind ISTTP 1 to brainstorm, frame, execute this entire training program. And without his support, trust me, friends, this ISTTP would have never ever happened. With a lot of gratitude, veneration, I would like to call upon patron of ISTTP 1, Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, Principal RRC Alwar, to kindly grace the stage and formally deliver the valedictory address. Sir, stage is all yours. Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji. Mute me. Pin him. Fine, go.
आज चैत्र कृष्णा एकादशी विक्रम संवत 2078 धनिष्ठा नक्षत्र सिद्धि योग में आयोजित ISTTP फर्स्ट के इस वैलेडिक्टरी सेशन में भारत की वीर भूमि राजस्थान और राजस्थान के सिंह द्वार अलवर, अलवर के 1930 से संचालित राजस्थान के एकमात्र ऑटोनॉमस राज ऋषि महाविद्यालय के जुबली सभागार से इस इंटरनेशनल शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम फर्स्ट से जुड़े हुए सभी डेलीगेट्स, विद्यार्थी, शोधार्थी, प्रोफेसर साहिबान, कीनोट स्पीकर्स और अन्य सभी सुधीजन, आप सभी का मैं महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूँ, हार्दिक अभिवादन करता हूँ। Recent advances in environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation पर सप्तदिवसीय इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम का ये समापन सत्र है। मैं इसका ब्रीफ आपके सामने प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूँ। इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में संसार भर से जो हमें हमारे मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए जो सहयोग मिला उसको मैं ब्रीफ कर रहा हूँ। टोटल नंबर ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन 2700, टोटल नंबर ऑफ कंट्रीज 32, टोटल नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट्स 4750 who joined the training. Total number of feedback forms filled 11,061. Total number of keynote address 34. Countries of keynote speakers Canada, Egypt, Malaysia, Ethiopia, India और China. Name of the countries participating: Vietnam, China, USA, Canada, Egypt, Philippines, Morocco, Albania, Nigeria, Brazil, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Sierra Leone, Indonesia, Ethiopia, South Korea, Cameroon, South Africa, Malaysia, Tanzania, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Spain, Algeria, UAE, भूटान, घना, ओमान और इंडिया। इस प्रकार 32 देशों के प्रतिनिधियों ने इसमें शिरकत की और डे वाइज जो कीनोट स्पीकर्स जिनके सहारे ये ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम सफल हो सका उनका डे वाइज मैं उनका उच्चारण आपके सामने कर रहा हूँ। डे फर्स्ट, डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार चंगानी, वन्य जीव विश्व विज्ञान, वन्य जीव संरक्षण और पर्यावरण संदूषक विषय पर आपने अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। डॉक्टर सी उपेंद्र राव, पर्यावरण विश्व विज्ञान और पर्यावरण पर प्रदूषण का प्रभाव। डॉक्टर एस फ्लोरा, टॉक्सिकोलॉजी इन डेप्थ, अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड हाउ एवरीथिंग इज ए पॉइजन व्हेन एक्सीड द राइट डोज पर आपने अपना व्याख्यान दिया। डॉक्टर प्रेम अधीश लेखी, पर्यावरण विश्व विज्ञान। डे 2, डॉक्टर नितिन सावंत, वन्य जीव संरक्षण और इसकी चुनौतियां। डॉक्टर राज नारायण वारे, छात्रों के अकादमिक प्रदर्शन में सुधार के लिए प्रभावी शिक्षण रणनीतियां। डॉक्टर एस विजय कुमार, जलीय कृषि और मानव स्वास्थ्य में नैनो मटेरियल्स विषाक्तता। डॉक्टर याहिया बख्तियार, मीठे पानी के पारिस्थितिक तंत्र में पारिस्थितिकी विश्व विज्ञान के प्रभावों का आकलन करने के लिए एक शक्तिशाली उपकरण के रूप में बेंटिक मैक्रो इनवर्टिब्रेट्स। डॉक्टर MM सक्सेना, कम ज्ञात जीव और उनका संरक्षण। डे 3, डॉक्टर के शर्मा, वन्य जीव संरक्षण और प्रबंधन में आधुनिक जैव ध्वनि तकनीक। डॉक्टर रश्मि त्यागी, जलवायु परिवर्तन का प्रभाव। डॉक्टर राजेंद्र के पुरोहित, चूहों में विकिरण और भारी धातुओं से प्रेरित परिवर्तनों के खिलाफ प्राकृतिक जड़ी बूटी की सुरक्षात्मक प्रभावकारिता। डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, मानव दूध में ऑर्गेनोक्ट्रीन कीटनाशक, नवजात शिशुओं की सेहत को खतरा। डे 4, डॉक्टर मीरा श्रीवास्तव, वन्य जीव पर कीटनाशकों का प्रभाव और सुरक्षित विकल्प के रूप में वनस्पति। डॉक्टर जसविंदर एस संधू, कनाडा, वन्य जीव संरक्षण। डॉक्टर रीतू श्रीवास्तव, पारिस्थितिकी स्थिरता के साथ आर्थिक विकास। डॉक्टर शशि वर्मा, मानवाधिकार एवं महिला सशक्तिकरण। डे 5, डॉक्टर मोना तमन, पर्यावरण विश्व विज्ञान और वन्य जीव संरक्षण में हालिया प्रगति। डॉक्टर कलीम अरसान, मंडप कॉस्ट, भारत में ईंधन जैव प्रौद्योगिकी संभावित भंडार पर अध्ययन। डॉक्टर मोहम्मद आसिफ साहब, वन्य जीव संरक्षण प्रबंधन और संरक्षण सिद्धांत। डॉक्टर अजय प्रकाश गुप्ता, पर्यावरणीय विषाक्त पदार्थ और मानव स्वास्थ्य पर इसका प्रभाव। डे 6। डॉक्टर प्रग्नेश परमार, पर्यावरण संरक्षण से संबंधित कानून और अस्पताल से पर्यावरणीय विषाक्त। डॉक्टर सत्येंद्र नाथ, नदी प्रदूषण और समाधान, गंगा नदी एक अध्ययन। डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, कीटनाशक संदूषण और इसके हानिकारक प्रभाव। डॉक्टर अगम माथुर, पेयजल प्रणालियों की स्थिरता और सेवा वितरण में सुधार। डे 7। डॉक्टर सत्य प्रकाश मेहरा, पारिस्थितिकी सांस्कृतिक पहलुओं के माध्यम से वन्य जीवन को समझने के संरक्षण में प्रथागत और स्वदेशी कानून। डॉक्टर रुचि शर्मा, वन्य जीव विश्वविज्ञान और संरक्षण में सामुदायिक भागीदारी की भूमिका। डॉक्टर विकास सक्सेना, जैव प्रेरित सतहों और सामग्रियों में हालिया प्रगति, हरित इंजीनियरिंग। डॉक्टर मनीष गोयल, IIT इंदौर, जलवायु परिवर्तन, जल स्रोत और विश्वविज्ञान विश्व की जनसंख्या को कैसे प्रभावित कर रहे हो। और डॉक्टर दिनेश शर्मा, पर्यावरण संरक्षण। और डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह, पर्यावरण संरक्षण में वृक्षों का योगदान। और फिर संस्कृत ज्ञान है जिसे प्रमाणित करता है विज्ञान, हमारी प्रकृति और उसके जीव जंतुओं को बचाने का महत्व। इस प्रकार ये 7 दिवसीय ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम समापन की ओर है। मैं इस अवसर पर पुनः आप समस्त विद्वत जनों का, विद्वत समुदाय का, और जो भी सज्जन, जो भी सुधीजन हमारे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े, इसके भागीदार बने और हमारे मनोबल को बनाए रखा और हजारों की तादाद में लोग इससे लाभान्वित हुए हैं। मैं आप सबके प्रति महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूं और इस उम्मीद के साथ ये हमारा ISTTP फर्स्ट है। अभी अगला कार्यक्रम हमारा अप्रैल में फिर लॉन्च होगा। मुझे उम्मीद और विश्वास है कि आप सभी विद्वानों का सहयोग, आशीर्वाद हमें मिलता रहेगा। इसी उम्मीद के साथ पुनः आप सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. We value the insights and guidance you provide to all of us. Your words of encouragement keeps us motivated throughout, and your presence is very, very precious to all of us. With me. Water and air, the two essential foods on which all life depends, have become global garbage cans. It's a loud statement. What we are doing to our basic needs, that was one of the main topics of ISTTP 1. Now it's time for our results. For all the hard work me and my team has put into conceive, frame, execute the ISTTP 1 in last 3 months. It's time to hear the feedback of ISTTP 1. I'm fearing. Now I would request Dr. Jasminda S. Sandhu, our keynote speaker, and he's a regular attendee of ISTTP 1, an environmentalist and a wildlife conservationist from Brampton, Canada. Sister, kindly share your views, and I'm fearing to hear them.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. Actually, I have enjoyed whatever आपको सुनाई देता है सही सभी को?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Oh, I was able to attend only a couple of presentations, but I enjoyed everything I heard and saw. And actually, I wasn't able to complete whole of the training program myself. I could have learned much more. But thank you for conducting this training program. It was really illuminating for me too. Maybe all others feel the same way. Thank you very much for that. And all nature lovers, actually, they want to connect with nature. And this is one way we can lead this thing, lead our population back to nature by elucidating with the examples that this is how you can contribute, this is how I can assist or I can contribute. And these things are beautiful. And especially like Dr. Mehra was connecting our old traditional cultural values with the environmental conservation. And he also mentioned about Bishnoi, All India Bishnoi Sabha. I have been their scientific advisor for 8 years when I was in Punjab Agriculture University. Actually, in Punjab, anything but agriculture was not a priority. The people in the villages, farmers, they would kill everything. Whatever was coming in their own way or in their crops way. That's why production was also high, and they were Punjab was able to provide food for the rest of India for some time. Now, though it's not needed anymore, but at that time, but we paid a heavy price for that. We polluted our soil, we polluted our water, and we have almost done away with our groundwater because of those things. But among that kind of ethos of Punjabis, Bishnois were able to conserve some area, and black buck is bouncing up in their own fields, and they don't care what if they do some damage also. And that was first time I got the opportunity to see that and enjoy it. So I want to thank all these people, our traditional cultural connections, and I'm also happy to see that scientists nowadays are working to bring those things scientifically into the conservation programs. And that's how, if we can connect our people to the in our programs, only then wildlife conservation can be successful. If we exclude people like earlier we were doing, our governments were doing, that was no good. Now I see useful things happening, and I'm very happy about that. I would like to add one more thing, that please make it possible if we can have all the information which was presented to everybody who was participating in this program, because I personally would like to have all of them with me so that I can read their points at leisure, and maybe I have missed so many. So please do that. And one thing I want to suggest to Dr. Hukum Singh and Dr. Mamtaji, that if we can control our width of the subject, I mean, like ecotoxicology in itself is a big, big field. And then you can, tone it much better, and the participants will be much more appreciating or learning, because you have so much to tell. Wildlife conservation can be alone taken as a subject, but for that, Wildlife Institute should be included in that, because that is prime institute of India, who started the good work and who are doing a wonderful job all over India and different places. But I have seen that biodiversity kind of wave going on in India. That's really assuring, and I'm happy about it. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to interact with everyone and have good time this morning here. Good night to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhu, and I take your point. Next time I will keep only one subject. I'm not going to mix it with another subject. Point taken, very well taken, and I will share things with you. And of course, you wanted my publications, that also I will share. I will sleep for one day. Give me one more day to sleep. After that, I will give you for sure. Thank you so much. So now we have Dr. Sudha Sukhwal, Associate Professor, RRC, Alwar, Rajasthan, India, for her views.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mamta. Myself, Dr. Sudha Sukhwal Shringi, Associate Professor, Raj Rishi College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. I am a participant in this program. Respected Principal Sir, Professor Hukum Singh Ji, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharma, keynote speakers of this program, and all the participants. Good afternoon to all of you. I feel honored in sharing my views about the International Short-Term Training Program 1 on recent advances in environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation, organized by one of the most prestigious institute, Raj Rishi College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. The ISTTP-1 has been extremely successful in providing an excellent academic platform for academicians, scientists, engineers, researchers, professionals to present and discuss their talent about and findings about the topic. In my view, ISTTP-1 has been extremely informative, interesting, useful, and valuable program. I look forward to use and put into practice some of the latest advancement techniques and information that I have learned in this program. It is one of the most productive and enjoyable training program I have attended. This program covered a wide variety of topics, which will surely help all of us in our future endeavors. All the keynote speakers of this program were highly knowledgeable in their respective fields, which was clearly visible in their session and presentations. All of them were able to transfer the knowledge gathered by them over the years to us in a very simple and effective way, that too in a very short span of time. We will surely be get benefited by this, and we are thankful to them. I would also like to thank the patron of ISTTP1, Professor Hukum Singh Ji, for organizing such wonderful training program and also delivering the inspiring, thoughtful, meaningful, and motivating talks throughout the program. In the end, I would like to thank the entire organizing team of ISTTP1, especially Dr. Mamta Sharma, for a very well-designed training program. Dr. Mamta's energy and devotion throughout the program was quite impressive. A big thank you to everyone. Namaskar.
Thank you, Sudha ma'am, and your support has been so much for me, being it was emotional or being it was your presence and everything. A big thank you. Thank you is a small word for you, definitely, but sometimes we have to express in words, you know, we are human. So a big thank you to you, ma'am. Now I have someone whom I call my family, Dr. Rashmi Tyagi. Whenever I meet her, I never say that she's such a big science communicator or she's from IIT Roorkee or whatever. I just say she's my family. So now I will request Dr. Rashmi Tyagi for her words. And I thank you for everything. Please pin Dr. Ma'am.
Thank you very much. Actually, I should thank your college, Professor Hukum Singh Ji, and you and all the team who has ignited such a topic to save this earth. You say that today is the end of this conference, but I will say it is not end. It is the beginning of saving the Mother Earth. और ये कहाँ से हुई? महाराणा प्रताप के क्षेत्र से हुई. Maharana Pratap, the great savior, the great warrior from Mewar, from Rajasthan, he wanted to save his land. But now you people, the academicians from Rajasthan, Alwar, you are trying to save the world. You are uniting all the people. So those who are present here today, I call you all environmentalists. Even if you don't call yourself, you say we are academicians, we are professors, we are teachers. But I'm going to call you that, and I have become one already. And see, we think of so many people, you know, those who are trying to save Medha Patikar from Maharashtra, Chipko Andolan, and you are knowing all that. So now what is required right now? आपने तो मशाल ले ली है ना हाथ में, इसे लेकर तो आप पूरे संसार को आप अपने साथ जोड़ रहे हैं. और ये कितना जरूरी है कि आप जानते हैं ये. अगर आपने ऐसा ना किया होता तो इतने सारे लोग नहीं जुड़ते. और मैं तो चाहती हूँ कि आप पूरे विश्व को, अभी मैं 300-400 लोग देख रही हूँ, मैं क्यों नहीं यहाँ पर 5000 लोग देखूंगी अगली बार जो आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी, क्योंकि आपको पूरे संसार को लेना है. और क्यों लेना है उसका भी एक कारण है, क्योंकि आपको बचाना है पूरे संसार को. आप कहते हैं कि सेव द वाइल्ड लाइफ, व्हाई डोंट यू सेव द अर्बन लाइफ? क्या आपको अर्बन लाइफ को सेव नहीं करना है? क्या हम सबको सेव नहीं करना है? अगर आपने ये नारा नहीं दिया कि हम सारी मैनकाइंड को, मनुष्य जाति को बचाना चाहते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं त्रुटि है जरूर। तो आपको सबको बचाना है, क्योंकि अगर ये टेम्परेचर ज्यादा हो गया और फिर हमारे जो ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके पास एसी नहीं है, जिनके पास पानी नहीं है, मेरी बाई my helper in the kitchen, she was absent for 2 days. I asked her why you were absent. Then she said that every year in the month of April, you know, the water scarcity was there, but now it has come in the month of March. So she was talking of this climate change. And then she said, I had to take my father-in-law to the hospital to get rehydrated. उनको ग्लूकोज चढ़ाना पड़ा। तो देखिए मैनकाइंड का भी कितनी परेशानियां हम सबको हो गई हैं। And now I will say that we were going for carbonization, decarbonization. But today we want zero carbon. So it is a new thing, zero carbon, because I know the people that Tatas and Mahindras and other people, they have got their new companies in which they are employing the people, you know, young minds for having the awareness on these international issues of climate change. So what are those issues? That we should not have coal mines. If we are not having coal mines, then what will happen to the people who are working there? So we are saying that this energy transition which we want, it should be just transition, justice transition. So we should also talk of the rehabilitation of these people in Chhattisgarh and all those area, Bokaro area and all that those who will not be having this profession, जो वो काम अभी खदानों में कर रहे थे और उनको वहां से जो आमदनी हो रही थी अपने परिवार को चला रहे थे। तो टाटास एंड महिंद्रास वो लोग अब हमें यही बता रहे हैं कि हमें इनको रिहैबिलिटेट करना है। तो हमें जस्ट ट्रांजिशन करना है और इसके लिए हमें अधिक से अधिक, जैसा कि आपने ये किया, अब मैं इससे ज्यादा तो कुछ और मेरे पास कहने को नहीं है, कोई फीडबैक देने को नहीं है कि आप लोग सेवियर हैं और आप सबको अभी चलना है इस चीज में बहुत आगे और सबको अपने साथ लेना है और हम सब आपके साथ हैं। और हमें आप वाइल्ड लाइफ को बचाइए जरूर, लेकिन मुझे भी बचाइए, हम सबको बचाइए। बस मैं आपसे यही कहना चाहती हूँ, ये मेरा संदेश है और ये बिल्कुल सच्ची पुकार है, आप ऐसा समझिएगा। And then I want to thank everybody and I want to congratulate everybody and I want to, you know, award everyone whomsoever has participated in this, that they are the real heroes, they are the environmentalists. Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हुकुम सिंह सर का, आपने इतना बड़ा आयोजन किया जो लोगों के बचाव के लिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was always pleasure to hear you. And definitely, I'm going to take urban environment somewhere in one of my 10 trainings. Yes, we need to save ourselves as well, along with the environment, along with the wildlife. Very, very well said, ma'am. We'll take care of this. And thank you so much for sparing your time. Now, I'm inviting Biju Borkachaki, Assistant Professor Botany at BH College, Hauli, Assam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Biju Borkachaki. Yeah, enough.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are very much audible.
Yes, ma'am. Honorable Principal Sir, Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, respected Dr. Mamta Sharma ma'am, Dr. Muskan, honorable speakers from different parts of the world, and my respected participant colleague, myself, Dr. Biju Borkachaki, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, BH College from Assam. It gave me immense pleasure to be a part of this wonderful international short-term training program. I am thankful to organizing committee for organizing such a wonderful training program and for giving me the opportunity to take part in this program. I enjoyed the whole program, loved the ways it is designed, conducted, and delivered. It is really an enjoyable and informative training program. All the topics starting from wildlife toxicology, importance of wildlife and its conservation, impact of pesticide, and organochlorine, pesticide in human milk, hydrological toxicity, river pollution and solution, different laws, protection, sustainability of drinking water, computational sustainability, climate change, community participation in toxicology, green engineering, customary and indigenous law, and all the other topics discussed on this platform were focused on present-day burning issue, that is environmental pollution and its effects on wildlife. All the topics were very insightful and were explained nicely by all the respected speakers, and we all surely benefited by this program. The organizing secretary Mamta ma'am ran the whole program, 7-day program, with a large number of participants excellently. The recap of the previous day and summary after each session is definitely a good aspect of this program. Moreover, it is a fruitful international program and organized by Raj Rishi College. And personally, I learned a lot and realized from this program. I will be happy to attend more such program from this college. Thank you, organizing committee again, and thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for the word of motivation. It's really nice talking to you, meeting you all, and your good words will definitely be going to help me and my team to do much better in my next program. We have series of 10 trainings, and next one is upcoming in the month of April from 20 to 26. And I really hope that now you all are my family, and I'm going to see all of you there again. Thank you, ma'am, and do visit to Alwar anytime, and we'll be love to have you here.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have Akansha Saxena, faculty from Ajmer, Rajasthan, India. Akansha, ma'am, please go ahead. Akansha.
Hello, good evening to all, and good evening, Principal Sir, Dr. Hukum Singh Sirji, and Professor Dr. Mamta Sharma, ma'am, the organizing secretary, and the whole team. I congratulate you all because now a lot has already been said. What I wanted to express has already been said. So I would just give you my personal views because a lot of people have showered so many compliments in the chat box for such a wonderful organization of this international training program. So I would like to say that, ma'am, from the very first day, which I noticed one thing was Mamta ma'am was logged in from 7 different devices. So that is a very, dedicated thing she did. There are a lot of technical glitches which happens, during these online conferences, these online programs. And, there was no almost negligible technical glitch. So I congratulate to the technical team as well. The off-screen people, the off-screen team who had been working so hard for the past 7 days to make this event successful. I only know one name, Miss Muskan. She has been so cordial and so active throughout the program. I congratulate her. And pardon?
Thanks, Akansha. Thanks a lot.
Now, I personally enjoyed all your session, all the presentations, all the lectures on it, from sociological point of view, from economical point of view, from conservation point of view. Everything has covered all the aspect of the topic of the theme of this training program, that is environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation. So I congratulate all, and I really wait for the second term of this training program. I really request Principal Sir to continue hosting such programs because it is so beneficial. Like I have been seeing a lot of participants has been joined, like 281 are now. Because throughout the session, there were only like 180 participants. I would like to tell them who have missed it, like you have missed a lot, a gemstone of information that was showered in this training program. That was really beautiful, really, knowledgeable. So I thoroughly enjoyed this session, and I would love that you continue to host such training programs and conferences. So last but not the least thing, I would like to say that it is a very tedious task for a college to host such an event without registration fee. Believe me, my better half, Mr. Vikas Saxena, he also delivered a lecture here. He keeps organizing such events, and I know how tedious it is to host such organization without the registration fee. And this tells us that the role, the insight of the college administration is for the greater good. They are not seeking any benefit. They just want to channel all the information throughout the globe, because there has been lectures from across the globe. There has been many 32 countries, as Principal Sir said. There has been involvement of 32 countries. So your college has channeled that information to the mind, the seekers of the information, who all have attended this conference and webinar. So I congratulate all from my side, and I really enjoyed it. So that's all I want to say. So congratulations, Principal Sir, Organizing Secretary, and your whole team. So that's all from my side, and I hope you will continue to host such beautiful conferences and seminars in the future. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Akanksha, and of course, your good words will help me to work better. And if you're working with Dr. Vikas Saxena, trust me, you are in good hands, because he's a great zoologist, and I've heard him today, and he took some very good, like he took a very, very good lecture on green engineering. And so I hope that everything goes good for you. My blessings to you. Now we have, now I have another speaker, Pranav Kumar Jyoti. He is Assistant Professor, Geography Department, Morigaon College, Assam. Dr. Pranav Kumar Jyoti, Pranav.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, please.
Pranav Jyoti Sharma, myself, from
Okay,
Morigaon.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening to all. It's my pleasure to have with these training sessions, the international short-term training program on recent advancement in environmental toxicology and wildlife conservations. So it's give me immense pleasure to join this training program. I think all the participants are well benefited with this program. All the research persons are very well equipped, and we get a lot of information, knowledge from them. Their presentations are very nice and highly impressive, and give us so many informations, new innovative thinking about the environmental toxicology and wildlife conservations. So my humble suggestion is to organizing committee for please convey such kind of training programs that we all are benefited with this. Special thanks to Professor Dr. Mamta ma'am, your nice coordinations and continuous effortless effort gives us immense help to get this opportunity. My one more suggestion is to, if my request is that please try to give the PowerPoint PPTs of the research persons, that we can get more benefited from that. So thank you all. Due to heavy shower, I think there's lots of problems. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, and it was nice hearing you. Of course, we will share the PowerPoint presentations. Now I have Dr. Shashi Verma from Government Amos College, Bikaner. She's Associate Professor of Political Science there. Pin up, Shashi. Read me. तुम उठ जाओ। शशि शर्मा, प्लीज वेट करिए, वी आर जस्ट पिनिंग यू। या यस डॉक्टर शशि वर्मा, प्लीज गो अहेड।
हेलो, सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। मैं डॉक्टर शशि वर्मा, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर राजनीति विज्ञान विभाग, महारानी सुदर्शन कन्या महाविद्यालय बीकानेर में कार्यरत हूँ। मैं अपने आप को बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रही हूँ ज्ञान और विचारों के इस महायज्ञ की साक्षी बनकर, उसका हिस्सा बनकर। सर्वप्रथम मैं राज ऋषि कॉलेज के ओजस्वी प्राचार्य डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह जी का धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूँ, आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि उन्होंने पर्यावरण को शुद्ध करने के लिए, निश्चित ही हम लोग खुद तो बहुत ज्यादा कितना प्रयास कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जनमानस को यदि हम जागृत कर पाते हैं कि हमारे पर्यावरण को शुद्ध करें, वो शुद्धता की तरफ ध्यान दें, तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा काम है। डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, डायनामिक प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, प्रिय मुस्कान, इन सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार है कि उन्होंने इस 7 दिवसीय कार्यशाला के अंतर्गत लोगों को, न केवल राजस्थान के, भारत के और विश्व के लोगों को जागृत करने का प्रयास किया कि वो अपने पर्यावरण की शुद्धता की ओर कार्य करें। मैं वैसे तो काफी टाइम हो चुका है, लेकिन इस संदर्भ में मैं राजनीति विज्ञान की विद्यार्थी हूँ, साइंस की विद्यार्थी नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैं अपना एक अनुभव शेयर करना चाहूंगी आप सभी के सामने। अभी थोड़े दिन पहले मैं मनाली की यात्रा पर गई थी और रोहतांग दर्रा से होते हुए मैं उस स्थान पर पहुंची जहां ऋषि व्यास जी ने 12 वर्ष तक तपस्या की थी और वहां व्यास नदी का उद्गम स्थल है। मैं सोचती रही कि जब पूरी दुनिया भौतिक संसाधनों के सामने के लिए भाग रही है, एक टीवी मिल जाता तो फ्रिज के पास भाग रही है, फ्रिज मिल जाता तो एक कार के पीछे भाग रही है, एक कार आ जाती है तो दूसरी कार के पीछे भाग रही है। ऐसी स्थिति में ऋषि व्यास जी ने 12 साल वहां कैसे बिताए थे, क्यों बिताए थे, मैं बार बार सोचती रही। फिर मैंने सोचा, मैंने जो भी, मैं साइंस की विद्यार्थी नहीं हूँ, बार बार कह रही हूँ कि मैंने सोचा कि उस जगह पर मैं भी लगभग 2 से 3 घंटे रही और मेरे दिमाग को जो वहां शांति महसूस हुई वो निश्चित ही अविस्मरणीय ही थी। मैं बार बार हमेशा सोचती हूँ कि मुझे तो दोबारा उस स्थान पर जाना है। तो उसका जब मैंने साइंस की दृष्टि से सोचा, उसका रीजन, तो मुझे यही महसूस हुआ कि उस जगह पर जो प्रकृति थी बहुत शुद्ध थी, शुद्ध ऑक्सीजन थी, और शुद्ध ऑक्सीजन जब हमारे दिमाग के अंदर जाती है तो हमारा दिमाग शांत होता है और हमें ऐसा लगता है कि हमें ईश्वर की प्राप्ति हो गई। तो इस ईश्वर की प्राप्ति के लिए जो आप कार्य कर रहे हैं, लोगों को जागरूक कर रहे हैं पर्यावरण को शुद्ध बनाने के लिए, ये बहुत ही आप साधुवाद के पात्र हैं। उसके बाद इस कार्यशाला के कुछ महत्वपूर्ण बिंदुओं पर मैं अपना आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी कि सबसे पहले तकनीकी दक्षता इसकी, क्योंकि ये जो कार्य है, जैसे हम जानते हैं कि कोरोना ने हमें बहुत परेशानियां दी, हमें बहुत डर बिठाया, हम डरे रहे, हमारे बहुत प्रिय लोगों को छीना भी हमसे, पूरे दुनिया के अंदर एक डर का, भय का वातावरण बन गया। लेकिन शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में नई क्रांति ला दी। हम अपने ज्ञान और विचारों को अपनी जगह बैठे हुए, हम अपने ज्ञान और विचारों को इस तकनीकी दक्षता के माध्यम से, तकनीकी माध्यम से हमारा ज्ञान और हमारे विचारों ने हजारों किलोमीटर यात्रा की और बहुत सारे लोगों को जागृत किया बिना थके हुए। मैं जब से कोरोना स्टार्ट हुआ, तब से ये वेबिनार का चालू हुआ, तब से मैं बहुत सारे वेबिनारों की हिस्सा रही हूँ। मेरे कॉलेज में तो ये कहा जाता है कि मैडम से अगर कहा जाए तो एक बड़ी सी बुक अपने सर्टिफिकेट की हमारे सामने ला देंगे इस वेबिनार के अंदर। वो इतने वेबिनार उन्होंने अटेंड किए हैं और बहुत सारे वेबिनार ऐसे हुए कि चालू होते ही, स्टार्ट होते ही समाप्त हो गए, क्योंकि तकनीकी रूप से वो इतने दक्ष नहीं थे। 7 दिन तक इस तकनीकी दक्षता के साथ काम करना बहुत, आप लोग बहुत, मतलब हेड्स ऑफ यू, आपके कॉलेज के लिए, आपकी टीम के लिए, डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा के लिए, प्राचार्य महोदय के लिए, मुस्कान के लिए, और जो भी लोग इस टीम में जुड़े हुए हैं, निश्चित ही मतलब इसके लिए बहुत आप आभार के पात्र हैं, बहुत प्रशंसा के पात्र हैं इसके लिए। दूसरा, जैसे आपको बताया की नोट 34 की नोट स्पीकर जुड़े हुए थे। की नोट स्पीकर को जोड़ के लाना ऐसा था कि समुद्र के गोते लगाना और 34 रत्नों को ढूंढ के लाना। तो मैं समझ सकती हूँ कि आपने इन रत्नों को ढूंढने में कितनी मेहनत
करी होगी इनको कि जिनके ज्ञान को सुनने के लिए आप अभी भी देख रहे हैं कि हमेशा 300 से ज्यादा लोग जुड़े रहे। मैं बार बार कह रही हूँ, बहुत वेबिनार, बहुत सारी मैंने उनका हिस्सा रही हूँ। मैंने इतनी बड़ी संख्या में जुड़ते हुए लोगों को नहीं देखा। पूरे देश की वेबिनारों से जुड़ी रही हूँ, इंटरनेशनल वेबिनारों से भी जुड़ी रही हूँ, तो इतने लोगों को तो निश्चित ही उन लोगों को कुछ मिल रहा था। हम कोई आर्थिक लाभ तो दे नहीं रहे थे, उनकी जो ज्ञान की पिपासा थी वो शांत हो रही थी। इन स्पीकर्स के ज्ञान को जानकर, इनके विचारों को जानकर तभी लोग जुड़े रहे। अभी भी आप देखिए कि 5:30 पौने 6 बजे है और आप 283 लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। अपने कार्य करने के साथ अपना सारा काम कर रहे हैं, कोई उनको छुट्टी नहीं है, कुछ किसी भी तरीके का उनको लाभ नहीं है, लेकिन सिर्फ उनकी जो ज्ञान की प्यास है वो शांत हो रही है, इसलिए लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। तो निश्चित ही इन जो 34 रत्नों को ढूंढा है आपने, इसके लिए आप बहुत बहुत बधाई के पात्र हैं। साधुवाद है। जैसे बताया 2700 रजिस्ट्रेशन हुए, 11,000 से ज्यादा आपके फीडबैक आए, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और मैं, जो कि आपको पता है कि महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए बोलती हूँ, तो ये जो कार्यशाला 7 दिवसीय मेरे सामने महिला सशक्तिकरण का एक सशक्त उदाहरण है। जिद, मेरे निगाह में लोग कहते हैं जिद्दी नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन जिद बहुत अच्छी है। जो ममता शर्मा ने, ओजस्वी प्राचार्य, हुकुम सिंह जी ने, मुस्कान ने जो जिद करी है ये कि हमें इसको सफल बनाना है, हमें लोगों को जागरूक बनाना है और एक बहुत ही सफल मॉडल सभी के सामने पेश करना है, और आप उसमें पूरी तरीके से सक्सेस रहे, पूरी तरीके से सफल रहे। और पूरे, ना केवल आपने कॉलेज का, RR कॉलेज का, राज ऋषि कॉलेज का, राजस्थान का, राजस्थान की उच्च शिक्षा विभाग का, पूरे देश का, पूरे विश्व में नाम उजागर किया है। 32 देशों से लोग जुड़े रहे, बहुत बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। अंत में मैं ये 2 लाइन कह के समाप्त करना चाहूंगी। वैसे तो आप लोगों ने बहुत सुन रखा है इन लाइन को, लेकिन यहाँ ये पूर्ण रूप से फिट होती है। कौन कहता है आसमां में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो। तो जो आप तीनों लोगों की टीम, ओजस्वी प्राचार्य डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह जी, डायनामिक प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, और बहुत ही कर्मठ जो सक्रिय मुस्कान ने, जो एक बीड़ा उठाया है, एक पत्थर उछाला है, निश्चित ही इस पूरी पृथ्वी पे यही कहेंगे, पूरे वर्ल्ड के अंदर जो ज्ञान की ज्योति जगी है, जो जागरूकता उत्पन्न हुई है, आप सभी के लिए RR कॉलेज और आप तीनों की टीम बधाई के पात्र है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, हार्दिक शुक्रिया आप सभी के लिए। मेरा उन सभी का भी शुक्रिया तो इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े और इन्होंने इसको पूरी तरीके से सफल बनाया। शुक्रिया बहुत बहुत।
Thank you, Dr. Shashi Verma, and who knows my pains more than you. You have seen me going through my tears, my जो माता की चौकी मेरी रातों को लगती है, वो तुमसे ज्यादा कौन जानता है। जब मैं तुम्हें रात को 3 बजे फोन कर कहती शशि उठ जा, मुझे नींद आ रही है। तो शशि, कहते हैं ना, एक सक्सेसफुल आदमी के पीछे कुछ भी, जो भी कहानी तुम कहती हो, मेरे पीछे तुम हो, और मुझे पता है कि तुम हमेशा रहोगी। और तुम्हारा जो सपोर्ट है मुझे, सॉरी आई एम गेटिंग बिट पर्सनल, आई पीपल शुड नो दैट शी इज माय बेस्ट फ्रेंड टू। सो whatever I get from you, Shashi, I don't get from anyone. Thank you so much for being with me every time, and thank you so much. So let's go ahead. Pinni. A man doesn't plant a tree for himself. She plants it for the posterity. If you think in terms of a year, plant a seed. If you think in terms of 10 years, plant a tree. If in terms of 100 years, teach the people. And that was my thought when I designed this ISTTP 1. Teach people. Tell them how important environment is. People go and plant 100 trees. No, I want to take 100 people with me and I want to plant that seed in their heart, in their brain, to save the environment. And that's why I have designed this ISTTP 1. I thank everyone, the participants, keynote speakers, who took out time to be with us and share their feedback with me, my team, with our patron principal. We promise you that you all have taken so much of time to give us feedback, and we have taken your feedback very positively. And definitely whatever points you have raised, I'm going to incorporate in ISTTP 2, and you will see that whatever you have said will be shown, will be visible in ISTTP 2. I thank all the speakers to give their feedback. It takes generosity to discover the whole through others. If you realize you are the only violin, you can open yourself up to the world by playing your role in the concert. When one man, for whatever reason, has the opportunity to lead an extraordinary life, he has no right to keep it himself. He has to share it. A quick recap of 7 days of grey matter grilling, 34 keynote addresses, 2,700 registrations, more than 11,000 feedback forms, 32 countries, total participation 4750. What an exuberant number. So the ISTTP achieved this goal of bringing together academicians, scientists, engineers, doctors, researchers, professionals, practitioners, and consultants from all over the globe together under one forum, discussing their latest findings about environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation of natural resources and development of alternate sources of power while reducing pollution and harm to the environment. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers of ISTTP1 who took out their valuable time, joined us, and added glory and the truckloads of knowledge to ISTTP1. Trust me, it is all your show. You are so renowned scientists of your knowledge, of your field. You are knowledgeable academicians. It was our pleasure to work with you as a family. You all are wonderful human beings and the backbone of ISTTP1. Trust me, my dear keynote speakers, you were the show. You were the heroes. Now, a formal vote of thanks. Being the organizing secretary, I'm supposed to thank the people, and which I'm doing every day from my heart, trust me. But now it's a formal platform where I need to thank people. First and foremost, I would like to thank our patron and principal, Dr. Hukam Singh ji, who supported us in all times, starting from conception of the idea of ISTTP1 till execution. When we were working in odd times, he ensured that he's around to support us. Dear sir, your presence motivates us and gives us strength to excel in everything we do. Thank you once again for being a pillar of strength to us. Thank you, Dr. Humzindi, for being what you are. I would like to thank Dr. Sudha Sukhwal, Associate Professor at RRC Alwar, for holding my hands in all the thick and thins. I appreciate your presence amongst us, and you are a bliss to me. Now, I would like to thank someone without whom I could not even return a single word of ISTTP1. My program coordinator of ISTTP, my research scholar, Muskan Data. Thank you, Muskan, for running with me physically from nook to nook, corner to corner, while my brain was running here and there, she was running physically to execute it. I know I've been tough with her a number of times, but Muskan, that is what mentorship is all about. Yes, the day you came to me 4 months back, you are not the same. Trust me. So I've been hard with you on times, but that is mentoring. I can see so much of positive change in you. Thank you for your love, your affection, which you keep showering on me. God bless you. Words are inadequate to Sheetal Ajo. Words are inadequate to thank Mr. Sheetal Gupta, who has been tirelessly, clap for him, who has been tirelessly working, giving us technical support in all 7 days of conference. Dr. Jaswinder Sandhu very appropriately said, we all are doctors because Sheetal is here. Because then and we are no doctors if Sheetal is not here. So that is the importance of Sheetal with us. He's a pillar of our team. One more thing I want to tell you, Sheetal, you are not only our technical support to us, but you are now part of us. Remember the way we were having a very gloomy days, we were off, and we were so tired. So you motivated us that ISTTP1 should not suffer. Thank you so much, Sheetal. I would like to thank my friend who is far from me, but she's so much with me in all hard times to hold my hand up for this. Dr. Shashi Verma, Associate Professor, Government Honors College, Bikaner, who has always been there whenever I needed me to uplift. She is the perfect support system for me and always motivated me to give my best to make this ISTTP one a big success. मैं ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि कल रात में सिर्फ 2 घंटे सोई थी और शशि भी सिर्फ 2 घंटे सोई. So that is what friends are all about. Friend in need is friend indeed. Thank you so much, Shashi, for being there for me. In me, voice girl. That's in voice. I would like to thank all the delegates, participants from all over the globe and congratulate them for their contribution in saving the environment. Now, the participating countries in ISTTP 1 are Vietnam, China, USA, Canada, Egypt, Philippines, Morocco, Albania, Nigeria, Brazil, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, Indonesia, Ethiopia, South Korea, Cameroon, South Africa, Malaysia, Tanzania, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Spain, Algeria, UAE, Bhutan, Ghana, Oman, and India. In the end, I would like to thank my family. Of course, they deserve big thank you from me because they have been sparing me from last 3 months, from the conceptualizing to execution of ISTTP 1. I will end with a quote. We may not be able to prepare our future for our children, but we can at least prepare our children for the future. So we must educate our children to be environmental friendly. As like us, they will also have only one earth, one mother nature, and one environment. So let's educate our children that they should be environmental friendly. Now I will request our patron and principal to formally announce the closing of ISTTP 1. With lot of respect and veneration, I would call upon Dr. Hukam Singh Ji to formally announce the closing of the conference. Speakers को भी thanks.
पुनः आप सभी का आज चैत्र कृष्णा एकादशी विक्रम संवत 2078 धनिष्ठा नक्षत्र सिद्ध योग में आयोजित इस 7 दिवसीय शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के अंतिम दिन वैलिडिक्टरी सेशंस में मैं आप सभी का पुनः अभिवादन करता हुआ इस प्रोग्राम के समापन की विधिवत घोषणा करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for the honors. Thank you so much, sir, for the honors. Now it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye. It's a most difficult thing to say. But the most difficult in last seven days, we all have become an extended community, an extended family. So I'm sure RSC Alwar would be missing you all a lot. You all are lovely people to be with, and we will soon be meeting again in ISTTP 2, which is scheduled to be held from 20 to 26 April 2022. You will receive your certificate of participation on WhatsApp and Telegram groups. So please don't exit the group till you receive your certificate. We will take at least 10 days to give you certificate. So please stay in the group. Don't leave the group because the number of participants is very high and we will not be able to reach to you separately. With this, we are reaching towards the end of the ISTTP 1 and I thank you for your presence in the event. We appreciate you. You all have been wonderful audience. This is your host and the organizing secretary of ISTTP 1, Dr. Mamta Sharma, along with my patron and principal, Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, my team, Muskan and Sheetal. Muskan and Sheetal, we are signing off from the campus of RRC Alwar. Stay safe, stay blessed, have a great day ahead. Take care, thank you, and bye-bye.
इस आशा के साथ गुड बाय कि जल्दी ही रूबरू होंगे, फेस टू फेस मिलेंगे।
बिल्कुल, बाय। थैंक यू सो मच। डू राइट टू मी फॉर एनीथिंग।